multifamily districts were approved.
Okay, yeah, so then maybe I won't take up more time in this meeting, but it seems to me, there's a lot of contradictions within our zoning code.
Yeah.
And what I outlined is my best read of it, but I imagine maybe other interpretations are possible, but I think it's worth sorting out. So moving on to the next issue.
Okay.
I mean, I think we should just get rid of the MFR zone. It doesn't, I mean, I think the HHO does a better job of implementing the idea. And I don't think we have any need for unrestricted 8 units per acre housing.
I agree.
So
I think that when we adopt our future land use plan, we would the MFR zoning would be kind of like starting over, and we would be implementing these different levels of higher density zoning districts with the stipulation that if you were to be able to get an approval for a rezone to these higher density zoning districts, you would have to go through the development agreement and master plan, or you would have to be some sort of workforce housing or affordable housing dedication.
okay.
And that's what we've been planning with.
Okay, but then given that the MFR zone is on its way out the door or about to be sunsetted,
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't make sense to have it in this table since.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Maybe, although there is one parcel out there that is still left to be developed that is zoned this way. That's
Right, and then there's the master plan issue with that one, I think.
So okay, so maybe there's some hesitancy to approving this tonight without. I could look into it before now in the public hearing.
Okay, and I think we're not voting tonight anyway, it's just the hearing.
Sure.
Right. So I continue it, and then again, I don't have it in front of me. Maybe you can share your screen again, but you just said that from the point of view of a developer making things pencil out, affordable housing is much more difficult than workforce housing. But the proposed percentages of bonus are not very different between the two. And so that it seems like either the workforce percentages are too high or the affordable ones are too low, but they shouldn't be approximately the same, which I think is how it is in the current draft. So.
Okay, that's a good point. I was basing the numbers for the workforce housing incentive loosely off of the affordable housing incentive and just trying to increase them a little bit. Well, actually, no, the affordable housing is more, and so the workforce housing is less of a density bonus. And I think the reason for that is that if you were to try to implement affordable housing, it is more arduous and costly, and so that maybe the density bonus should be higher. It should be more rewarding, and the workforce housing incentive, by just simply restricting your units for actively employed households, that maybe that shouldn't be as difficult to achieve. So I didn't create such a I guess a higher requirement for the.
But look, I'm comparing the two tables, like for the level 2 affordable, it's an 80%, and for workforce is 90%. I mean, those are almost the same, and for the level 1 incentive, they're both are 60%, so they're exactly the same. So that's what was confusing me.
True. Yeah. Okay, so there is a difference though in terms of the percentage of density bonus units that are going to be restricted. I think it's
okay, maybe that's
yeah. So I think that is where the difference is. Let me read that.
Yeah, I mean there are some differences, but they're pretty small. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I mean that's. I would be open to your feedback on that, sure,
okay.
And upping that percentage. So the difference is that the percent of bonus dwelling units provided in density incentive 1 is you have to restrict 50% of those. Let's see, in the affordable housing, it's also 50%. But if you go to the density bonus 2, or density incentive 2, you are required to restrict 80% of the dwelling units that are provided in the density bonus, versus in the affordable housing incentive, we change it to, or I think it was already 70%. So it's not much different. You're right. Yeah, it's a good observation. Yeah, okay, so I mean, here's the thing. I guess I was trying to look at the number of units that were actually, if you were to approve this incentive, when you're going from small lot residential, and conventionally that's 5 units per acre, density incentive would allow 8, density incentive 1, and then the density incentive 2 would be 9.5. So I was trying to keep things not too shocking, I guess, for the the potential of these.
So you're saying maybe there just wasn't enough, if we're trying to keep things not shocking, then there isn't a lot of room to differentiate between the two types of housing, and so they end up being similar.
Yeah, I
think
think it's a balance between providing some kind of an incentive, but also watching the number that you're actually the difference of units that how you're upping the density in a neighborhood where a PUD has to be approved, as a discretionary legislative decision. And so, yeah, I guess I was kind of foreseeing that it might be difficult for neighborhoods to kind of absorb that increase in density if it went too much higher.
Yeah. So another way to make room for more differentiation is just also change the base zoning. So, if someone's building with no workforce at all, or no, affordable housing at all, maybe those densities should be lowered. And then that also increases the incentive for opting into either the affordable or the workforce thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So downzoning.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a strategy.
Downzoning with an option to upzone to, at or above what it's currently at. So
that would be a major undertaking.
So are we discussing the tables on section 2, the 4.4 PUD density bonus? Is that what we're discussing? Yeah. I'm a little lost.
It's it's in the,
Is it
actually,
this one?
it's the one that's,
This one?
it's in the public
If I
hearing.
get,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
on
on
the
the public
Zoom right now,
hearing.
but if I do,
This is
well,
the
it's
table.
actually in the other.
it's the document for the public hearing at the end of the agenda.
Okay, I was in the right place.
Yeah.
Sorry, we cut everybody else off. We didn't share. Okay.
So
Let's see, if you want to go to the public hearing at the very bottom of the agenda,
the agenda summary, or 1 or 2?
2, I believe it's 2. Yeah,
So the ones where they're talking about affordable housing is
This one? It's the
Yes.
one under, yeah.
yeah, so if you
first
scroll
one is-
down,
Or 4.4.9. Yeah.
there's so there's
The
there's
first
the
one.
changes right there, the affordable housing density bonus and the workforce housing density bonus. And I do feel like these numbers could be modified and tweaked to make it just more beneficial in terms of what we're trying to achieve. But like I said, it's just a tricky balance between providing an incentive for developers and then also making sure that the neighborhoods are protected.
Yeah, and I am, generally supportive of the idea of adding workforce housing as an option for getting one of these density bonuses. I just think that maybe these numbers and percentages could use some more scrutiny.
are you scrutiny in what way?
I mean, just thinking, are these the right percentages or should they be adjusted? I mean, I guess, I'm not personally inclined to sign off on the tables in the proposal. But I'm not saying we need to rewrite the whole thing. I just think we might need to change a few of the numbers.
More in the workforce housing or the affordable housing?
Yeah, I'd have to look at it closer, but I just think that the two are not consistent with each other. I think in one case, the like for the level 2 MFR, the number of workforce housing units we require is actually smaller than the number of affordable. So that's kind of the opposite direction of what we usually do, I think.
I just sent you Quinn the spreadsheet that has the original numbers for the affordable housing incentive and then all of the adjustments. In case we want to have that up for discussion and editing.
And the incentive would have to be requested, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's not just like applied to any subdivision.
No, it's a plan unit development rezone, so it's a full legislative, it's an overlay.
Yeah.
Essentially. I mean, it is, it's an overlay, so it's in, I think it's 4.4 is the overlay, the PUD overlay section. And it's just been sitting here, kind of this section, the affordable housing incentive above there, that's in gray, that's in our code currently, and that's never been utilized.
Can you zoom in some point? Or to the left, that 100%, maybe jump that up. Sorry, say that again. The gray is current.
So the gray is the current, and that's the one density bonus that we do offer in our use code currently, except for our overlay, which nobody seems to really know about. And
Yeah, so I guess what puzzles me, and maybe I'm missing some of the table, but if you look at the upper right-hand corner, so this would be MFR and incentive 2. Then currently we have it requiring 7 units of affordable housing be built, and developers have not found that attractive. And then in the proposal, the next table, that's bumped up to 8, and then for workforcing it's 6. But it seems since workforce housing is less of an imposition, it seems like the number that we use for workforce housing, which is you'd have to scroll down to get to.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. So that's what I was saying before, is that I did up the numbers for the affordable housing incentive because it is more difficult to provide. So that incentive is high, it's like offers more in terms of density. Because it's income restricted, which is a lot more difficult to.
Okay, I think okay.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
so conventionally, MFR is 8 units per acre. The current density bonus one offers just going up to 14, which is 6 more. And then, so then if you look down at the table just under that, that's the modified version. And it's not increasing a lot. The idea was that we were thinking we could maybe tweak it a little and see if it helped. But I would love to spend more time on this. Ultimately, it would be great to get developer feedback. We do have the one developer who is proposing to implement workforce housing into their subdivision to restrict a certain percentage. And that's what's kind of bringing this.
Is that the steel vendor thing?
And that, you know, that would be something to consider if they're offering that, but we don't require it. Or we don't have a way, a path forward for it. So this would be the path forward. Otherwise, we couldn't really consider their proposal.
Where is that development at?
It is in the CUP phase for the water source protection overlay zone. They're still getting through that approval process.
But its location.
It's okay to go.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
location. Yeah, that's what it's up.
And so is that the only development that is asked to try and use these?
So far.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to go on the record that the only way to incentivize more of anything is with money. And that if this doesn't pencil for developers, if somebody is coming forward and using it, I'll be interested to see how it comes out.
Right. Yeah, and we did share this with their team to see if this would pencil for them, because I think it would be silly not to. And they felt good about it, so.
You know, I don't have any further questions on this.
Yeah, when I was looking at it before the workshop, I seemed to like the idea of increasing the incentives because they weren't being taken advantage of. I hadn't had any of the background about the specific projects that are considering it. And I know it's kind of a whole separate thing, but I was kind of also hoping to see some around requirements for future subdivisions. So that if you did have a big piece that you were looking to break up, that there would be some requirements for either workforce or affordable.
Right, and that was something we had proposed back in 2022. We started to draft that land split update. But according to my current knowledge of state law, that we cannot do that without providing an incentive. We can't just build into our zoning districts a requirement for certain percentage workforce housing without providing the developers. That's where we're.
But what you can do is downzone and then provide the
Right.
incentive to get back to where it was. So
This is true, yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know this
This
is
is a really
this discussion
uncomfortable
could go-
silence.
It could go on. This is probably its own workshop in itself in terms of the idea about downzoning and the future land use plan incorporating that as a recommendation. So. But I don't know if we need to, yeah, this is probably more of an interim kind of stopgap solution that we can implement right now and see some workforce housing on the ground. But I do have a few other land use code updates to just check in with you.
Yeah, go ahead and move forward, Elisa. I think that'd be great.
And if you wouldn't mind going back to that slideshow, then I can just run through those. Thank you. So in addition to that, the other land use code update that has been brought to our attention, it was something we had flagged previously, but we weren't feeling it was very pertinent, is the removal of the project boundary buffer requirement. This is in our land use code currently. It requires a 20-foot buffer for new subdivisions that are adjacent to protected zones, which is pretty much all residential zones, I believe, maybe not MFR, but rural residential, large lot residential, and small lot. And the language specifically calls out if the project is an affordable housing, if it offers affordable housing, that it should have this buffer around it. And so we've just been realizing, like, in our talking to different property owners and people who would like to develop smaller lots and do more infill kind of development for affordable housing, that this would be very prohibitive for them to be able to subdivide a smaller lot down into something where you could have a community rebuilds type of home offered in two of them on a smaller lot. And this specifically was brought up by community rebuilds and others, but they really were pointing out to us that their mission of kind of reaching out to some of those homeowners that or property owners that have like kind of dilapidated mobile homes and trailers on their lots, and that they would like to do something about that, but they're not really able to, whatever reason, but that community rebuilds has a solution in terms of being able to take those and subdivide them, create a revenue for the property owner to build out one of the lots and then sell the other lot. And with the project boundary requirement, it just makes that impossible for a lot of these areas that they're looking at. So that's just one example, but we also were just looking at our general kind of lay of the land with all of the subdivisions that have happened over the last several, or probably a few decades, I guess I would say. Like, there's not a ton of large tracts of land left in the county that can be developed, and there are a few. And so that's where the planning commission was saying, maybe you would want to consider keeping this requirement for large subdivisions, maybe 20 lots or over. But for infill and kind of the smaller affordable housing type subdivisions that are meant for that would not be a requirement. So this is in our lot design standards, Article 5.
And that would reduce the buffers or just eliminate them altogether?
Currently, this is not on your agenda, by the way, tonight. It would be at your next meeting, but I wanted to bring it up so you could kind of start thinking about it. Currently, the red line version of the land use code that the planning commission looked at their public hearing in the last meeting completely removed it. And then they amended their motion to say maybe we should look at the possibility of putting it back in for larger subdivisions, but not to require the specific language that says for projects providing 20% or more affordable housing units, the project boundary buffer on each side shall be 20 feet. So, like, definitely removing that, because I think everybody sort of agreed that was a bit discriminatory, and affordable housing maybe shouldn't have to have a buffer.
No, I think they're misreading the land use code. I mean, I'm looking at that section right now. And so if it's got affordable housing, it's 20 feet. And if it doesn't have affordable housing, it's potentially even larger than 20 feet.
Right.
So it's actually making it easier to build affordable housing. It's not some discrimination against affordable housing.
Okay.
Let's look at the next sentence.
Subdivision.
I mean, I can, it's just two sentences. I could read it.
Oh, well, it says, yeah, for all other projects, project boundary buffer shall be 20 feet or the proposed building height.
Whichever is greater. So it's either going to be 20 feet or maybe even bigger than 20 feet if they're using tall buildings.
Yeah.
And so it's basically saying if you're doing affordable housing and you want to build tall buildings, you get a smaller buffer. It's not a larger buffer for affordable housing.
Right. Okay. It is interesting, though, that the buffer is required really in the first place because we have setbacks, and that's kind of where our staff was kind of perplexed by this, is that the setbacks are really there to provide that orderly, space between homes and structures, and
But I think if you look out in Spanish Valley, you see a lot of places where, you know, initially sparse development. And then someone builds some dense development like Rim Village or something like that, right next to the sparse stuff. So I think that's a common situation. And it seems to me that they had that situation in mind when this was written,
Right.
as opposed to a very small subdivision,
Well,
just
yeah.
one lot to
That's
two or something.
Because I didn't know the history of this.
I'm guessing about the history.
Okay. And the planning commission members, nobody could really recall where this came from and what the intention was. And I don't know, I think it's come up a few times, like I said, with community rebuilds and some of these smaller subdivisions where the language doesn't differentiate between a small subdivision and a large subdivision. So I think maybe that was the main reason we were bringing it up. And so, yeah, I could see that we could modify that language in order to accommodate the need for buffering higher density, you know, dense subdivisions, maybe not necessarily those that are providing affordable housing so much, but to at least differentiate between a large and a smaller subdivision.
Mhm. I mean, my personal opinion is, I think it's similar to what you just said, which is I do think this makes sense for large subdivisions or where the density of the subdivision is much different from the, you know, adjacent property, but you know, for very small subdivisions, I don't, and just where the dividing line between large and small is, I'm not sure. I mean, 20 seems pretty large, but.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we will work on the language then and figure out how to structure that so that it reflects more, you know, in light of what you're saying. If everybody feels
Yeah.
in agreement.
Makes sense.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that feedback. Go on to the next one. So this land use code update came about because, well, one, the state is offering this really wonderful rebate program right now for property owners in case they want to reduce some of the turf on their property. They can do that and they can get some money back from the state. But in order to have that be qualified, we need to adopt some language in our land use code for new development to be required to limit the amount of turf that they put in. And it's really not of a huge amount of just read what they actually are requiring as the bare minimum for the requirement. So no lawn on parking strips or areas less than 8 feet in width. No more than 50% of front and side yard landscaped area in new residential developments is lawn. Lawn limitations do not apply to small residential lots with less than 250 square feet of landscaped area. In new commercial, industrial, institutional, and multifamily development, common area landscapes, lawn areas shall not exceed 20% of the total landscaped area outside of active recreation areas. I don't see these requirements as extreme by any means. The city of Moab is going a little bit further and requiring some things beyond this in their new landscaping, they're calling it their landscaping requirements. Their ordinance has been at their planning commission over the last month or so, and they're bringing this forward to the county or to the council. I think it's July 25th or 26th. So yet to be seen what the council is going to be saying about all of their adjustments to their code, but they're including a lot of different things, and we're kind of keeping tabs of all of those requirements and figuring out how we might want to sync up with some of those, and if they're you know, if they apply to the county, some of them might not apply to rural areas. Anyway, so we're looking at that. We're drafting the land use code update red line version currently, and we'd probably just be bringing this, let's see. yeah, to county commission. I was hoping by August 1st for a workshop. It's not crucial if it ends up being a really packed agenda for you guys, but it would be nice to get this. Yeah. Any comments on that one? Okay, and so the next one is Article 3, accessory structures, ADUs, and temporary uses. This was an update that we started in 2022, in the fall, and it got to Planning Commission in the winter of 2022, and it actually ended up being, it grew and grew, and it started to absorb all these different updates, including the temporary use update. So it was at the time when all the filming activity was starting to happen, and or kind of as a reaction to that, there was this idea that we needed to maybe have a temporary use permit for filming. And so that started triggering like a whole look at the temporary uses in general, like flea markets and any potential uses that we don't really identify in our land use code right now that could be temporary. So when we talked to the Planning Commission about this, I was proposing maybe we just really kind of strip this back to just being the ADUs and the accessory structures, because that one is very straightforward. I don't think it's controversial, and I don't know the temperature of everybody in terms of wanting to pursue a permit for filming anymore. That was something that was kind of brought as a priority in 2022, but I don't know if that's still, with everything changing, possibly with the Film Commission, I'm not sure. So we thought in order to actually just get this one done, we should just maybe parse out the more important things, which is the accessory dwelling unit and accessory structures amendments. And those would be just aligning our code with the state code in terms of the requirements for internal dwelling units, and then actually incentivizing ADUs by allowing a reduced setback in some instances, and a few other things. Oh, defining the size of ADUs a little bit better, which we don't really do very well in our land use code right now. So that's something we're just reviewing at the Planning Commission right now. And I think there's also this, what has just recently been brought up in terms of this update is the issue of restricting ADUs to have one of the units be occupied by a primary resident. So right now we deed restrict ADUs to say that one of the units must be occupied by the property owner. And there's been a question of whether or not that's still what we want. If it's beneficial, the Planning Commission, some of the members are wanting to have that discussion of, could it be beneficial to the housing market and providing more housing stock if we could allow a second homeowner to own a home and then also own an ADU and not live there and have two units that they could be rented out for long term? So that's something they wanted to kind of check in with you guys on. That's an item for consideration.
Well, the first, I hadn't really thought about that before, but the first thing that pops into my head is it's an issue similar to what we faced when we were talking about the alternative dwelling overnight on Murphy Lane, where the landowner lives in the East Coast, and a lot of people raising the issue because they weren't there on site. That made them less responsive to the complaints about neighbors and things like that. Yeah. And I think we, up until a few years ago, we didn't have like this automatic green light for ADUs. So we sort of snuck in a really big density increase in all zones. But I think that having one person actually live there, ameliorates the effects of that at least a little bit, that you have someone. And so I think just some, a faraway landowner, renting out two different units.
Right.
I could imagine issues with that. So.
Yeah, I think that was the original idea with this, is that the need for the property owner to occupy one of the units is to mitigate the impacts of an absentee landlord situation. So I think there's still merit to that for sure. I guess I'm just kind of relaying the voice of the planning commission to want to check in with you about that. So, thank you. Anybody else have any comments?
I'm with Kevin on that one. I think that the ADU approvals are still pretty new. And I know when it came online, there was a lot of concerns from the community about it. So
it might not fall under this, but two other ADU related issues. I think there was some discussion about ADUs in the HDHO zones and whether they should also be deed restricted. And could you remind, I think the current thing is, yes, they have to be. And
I think it's actually pretty vague. And I think,
Okay.
so I think the assumption is that the property is deed restricted for HGHO. And so therefore that an ADU would kind of fall
Okay.
under that. But
okay,
I think we've struggled with interpreting that in that.
so maybe as we consider revisions to HDHO, we should clarify that one way or the other. And then the other idea, which has been discussed from time to time, is, I think because of the shortage of workforce housing, we've adopted an attitude of, we never want to give away density for free. We want to attach some strings, like it has to be workforce housing or a percentage of it does. And so the idea was maybe that applies to ADUs as well. That is sort of a big increase in density that we did, and maybe there should be some additional requirements that at least one of the units or something along those lines. Is there anything like that being actively considered, or?
No, not with this current update. The deed restriction currently just reiterates that the unit cannot be rented out on a short-term basis. So there's that, but it doesn't restrict for workforce or,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that piece now. I think that's kind of, I see those as opportunities for family members or, retired parents coming to help with young kids or whatever. And so I don't want to block those kind of opportunities on just everywhere across the board. I think it's one thing if they're asking for bonuses and higher densities to put strings on it, but I think that we haven't seen an abuse in the county yet of those kind of higher densities in terms of ADUs or remote workers or all these other folks who were kind of blocking out other places.
I'm curious about the temporary use that you mentioned. What would be the purpose of the permitting for the film industry?
So I think the idea was that for some of the filming activities that are more, they're not just happening within a few days time or even a week, but they're more ongoing over the course of the summer or a few months anyway. That there was this idea that we needed to maybe have the county be more of a coordinated effort in terms of the film commission and then planning and zoning working together to make sure that all the boxes were being checked in terms of, transportation and transportation issues on our highways and things that would be impacted by the filming event. That's what triggered it.
Yeah.
Was there also maybe some live music events or something
Yes, there was that.
and there was a question about whether that's what is allowed under the current land use code, and if it isn't, then
Right.
we want to write in some exception for short-term uses.
In flea markets, yeah. So there were a few of those that we don't really define well in our land use code, and so it was just this idea that we needed to have a better process for reviewing those uses. And I don't think every single one was going to require an actual temporary use permit, but the film one was the way it was written, it would have required that.
What was the flea market scenario? It's,
I'm still on that same question.
up in Thompson? What,
I believe we had somebody who actually applied for a special event permit for an ongoing monthly thing,
Yes.
but it would have been a flea market.
Right.
And we didn't have anything set up to give them a special event permit, so I'm not sure.
That's
the
right.
status.
Thank you for.
what was the space that they were, did they get that for?
I don't recall.
Yeah, good.
But I just remember that there was this kind of confusion right around when the special event permitting stuff was all getting amended. And then we were thinking about, okay, well, what's the difference between a special event? Where do you cross the line to being like more of a temporary use where you're not just a one-time event, you're kind of a recurring thing.
Yeah.
But you're not a long-term land use, like a actual development. So I think it's something we should still look into, like work on and develop as a land use code update, but I feel like it needs a little more work and diving into and discussion. Versus I feel like the other parts of that Article 3 could just be adopted with as is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Elise. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll keep the temporary use stuff on the docket for discussion and then future.
Right.
And then hopefully, we'll be bringing the Article 3 accessory structures and ADUs to you soon. The last one that I just wanted to let you guys know, obviously we were kind of hoping to have the HDHO revisions, a red line version for you all to see tonight, but that didn't happen in time. So we're still working on this consultation with the attorney's office and wanting to bring the finalized revisions to planning commission and county commission. I think that the idea was we would just bring these to the public hearing stage and have workshops ahead of time, or it might be beneficial to have one more workshop. I guess that's where I'm kind of wondering for your direction on that.
After the last workshop, I kind of had the feeling that we were good to go, more or less. But that was just my impression. I don't know if anyone else thought that we needed further work or.
I think it could be part of it, part of the regular agenda. I don't know if we need
Right.
a
Not a
workshop.
full workshop.
Yeah, okay. That's all I have on the land use code updates.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elisa.
Yeah.
As we filled an hour perfectly.
Perfect.
And all right, and we will get to the public hearing at the end of our meeting, and otherwise we'll recess for a couple of minutes before our regular commission meetings. I'll close this workshop down and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
So we have to do it all for, but that's okay.
Yeah. Well, that's, I'll ask you.
What's the name?
That's one.
Les Bolton. Yeah. That's exactly what we need. It's a cybersecurity specialist of all things. Maybe he's the one that bombed us.
We can.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you.
Hiked up to
That's a pretty. Very much appreciated.
I need that. And I decided to come back a different way, which turned out to be.
It's hot, huh?
That's like.
Yes. It's good.
Which way do you know that?
It's basically, yes.
No, no. Thanks, Mary. I think if you need it twice, have it.
I just need it to higher.
Right. I need it.
Then I need to be here. I have.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go?
So you're like below the cliffs, you're like, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
All right, everybody. I will convene this meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. It is July 18th, 4:07 p.m. All present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Trish Hedin, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler, as well as our County Clerk, Gabriel Wojtek, County Administrator, Mallory Nassau, and Associate Administrator, Quinn Hall. We will have a session for citizens to be heard, and this is citizens to be heard for Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. So if you care to make a comment on Thompson, you can come forward at this time. Doesn't look like we have any citizens to be heard on Thompson, so we'll move on to the approval of meeting minutes. These are meeting minutes from our June 20th, 2023 Thompson meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for the Thompson Springs Special Service District from June 20th, 2023.
Thanks, Trish. Thank you. I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Hedin and a second Commissioner Winfield. Discussion of said minutes. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. On to ratifications of bills and general reports. There were two bills in the packet, but only the second one. The first one had already been approved at the previous meeting, so we can ignore that. So approval of total bills in the amount of $5,872.90. Total payroll in the amount of $1,791.92 for a grand total of bills and payroll of $7,664.82.
So I move to approve bills and payroll as presented by the chair.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any discussion of bills? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving bills, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. We're on to the chief's report. Chief Markham couldn't make it. He is here. Oh, okay, great. Oh, Mark, did you want to report for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mark.
Okay, great. Yeah, sorry, I didn't think I'd be able to make this meeting, but I'm here. Just want to let you know that I did have a 2-week fire assignment, wildland fire assignment in Central California, but I'm back from that. Everything at the Thompson station is good. I had someone looking after the equipment there. No major fires or any fires in Thompson while I was gone, so that's good. Moab Valley Fire Department was also covering my district while I was gone. So not much else to report, but I'm back and happy to be back.
All right, fantastic. Good to have you back, Mark. Thanks. And it looks like we don't have any posted new or old business. So unless anyone else has anything else on Thompson, I will adjourn the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting. Meeting adjourned. And I will now open the regular meeting of the Grand County Commission for July 18th. All present are the same commissioners and staff who were here at the Thompson meeting. So all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
All right, thank you. We will move on to our citizens to be heard, and this is our regular citizens to be heard session. If you came here to make a statement, please come forward. We'll give you 3 minutes. Just introduce yourself and speak.
Hi, my name is John Gould. I'm a county resident. I understand you folks are going to be voting on the sale of the Murphy Lane property this session. Is that true?
Potentially, yeah, it's our last action item of the day.
Well, you probably heard some comments from people. I don't really trust the people that say that they're going to put workforce housing in there. I wouldn't trust these people if they told me the sky was blue. I don't want this land sold. I'm highly suspicious of what they want to do with this property. My father was a home builder, and he wouldn't go to a piece of land like that to build a housing development. I think there's another reason why they want to buy that piece of property. But my main comment is, it is also a public resource. I moved back to Moab almost 10 years ago. We built the house, several rainstorms came by, and I was afraid my house would flip over from the erosion. But I went out to that place, Murphy Lane, and I got enough rocks to fix my yard. My house did not roll over from the erosion. About a year ago, we had 2 big storms, caused a lot of erosion every place around here. And people were able to get rocks from that to fix damage to their property. All my neighbors did. Everybody I know had damaged their property, got material from the place. I understand that it was given to the city by someone who died. I don't know if this is true. It's only a rumor to me, but I know it's city property. And the public uses that. It should not be sold to a private enterprise to do anything with. While it's a public resource, I'm kind of opposed to the transfer of public property to private enterprises unless it somehow greatly serves the public. The sale of this property will not serve the public. Many people use it, get the gravel from it. I want it to stay there. Like I said, don't trust the people at the King Creek Preservation or whatever they call the place. I don't trust them to build workforce housing there. It would be an immense job. I don't know if they're going to build the house, plan to build it up on top or remove the gravel. Have you folks seen anything physical from these people on what they plan to do with that piece of property? Is it just words from them? Anything physical? I kind of take that as enough.
Yeah, well, we generally don't engage when we're taking public comment. We just listen to the presenter's comment, right?
Okay,
Yes.
well, I suspect you haven't seen anything physical from them. No plans or anything. If it's only verbal promises from these people, I wouldn't believe them. I don't think most of you do either. I hope you will not believe them. Please don't sell this piece of public land to these people to do whatever it is they think. Thanks for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything they'd like to come forward? Yes.
Hi, my name is Pete Gross. I'd just like to echo the comments of the previous speaker. I concur with his concerns. And a little bit further, I've read up a little. John Weisheit has evaluated the geology of that site. And boy, that the idea of building on that is pretty dubious at best. But anyway, for many of the reasons that the previous speaker raised, I would encourage you to, at the very least, delay any decision on that and probably, cancel it altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom that you can recognize? Okay. Anyone else in the chambers who'd like to come forward and make a statement at this point? All right. We are finished with our citizens to be heard session, and we will have another session at 6 o'clock this evening. We have no presentations today, so we're on to department reports. And our first department report is Active Trails and Active Transportation and Trails Division. Welcome, Maddie Legowitz from GCAT. Hey, Maddie.
Hey, all. How's it going? Okay, so Quinn's gonna cue this up for me. I made a few changes to the one on that I'm looking at, so bear with me if there's a few little hiccups. So my name is Madeline Logowitz. I'm the Director of Grand County Active Transportation and Trails. This is the annual report. I'm going to go through 3 sections. Excuse me. So I'm going to do a quick overview. And then we're going to talk about the Trails Program and the Responsible Recreation Program. Perfect. Okay, so quick overview. Why does our department exist? Why are trails important? Quality of life. Trails offer a lot of opportunities for the community to exercise and engage in those public spaces. And then they're also quite significant to the local economy. So you'll see that little chart right there. That is economic impact analysis of one of our mountain bike trail networks that puts the total effect estimated at about $4.5 million. And we have 8 of those networks. Okay, scroll on. Great. Okay, so to give you an overview, so within GCAT, which is our department, we have 2 programs. And then there's also the Trail Mix Advisory Committee. So this committee actually advises County Commission, but we work really closely with them. And this year they've been a huge volunteer presence out on the trails. And then through them, and in addition, we've partnered with a variety of departments within the county and then local organizations. Okay, next, please. Okay, so we'll start with the Trails Program. Yep.
Maybe a PowerPoint open my other screen here. We'll show PowerPoint version because that's probably fine.
Okay, great. So some updates for funding. We did receive all of the grants we applied to this year, which is great. So we got one grant called the OHVR grant that is for a full-time motorized trail ambassador next year. So this is our first year with part-time positions. Next year, we'll be able to expand that. And we'll also be able to get 2 UTVs for that program, as well as it'll provide us with funding for additional materials for that program. We got an RTP grant. This will fund maintenance. We usually put in for a maintenance grant every 2 years, and then they last for 2 years. So we got almost 100,000, which is also really good for us. Oops, so what do I?
I know for sure.
Well, I can tell you about the other grants. So we also have an interlocal agreement with San Juan County, which means that we can work in the southern part of the valley and in the La Salle Mountains, where it's impractical for San Juan County to really be maintaining trails. It's similar to what the road departments does. And so we've assisted them. There's a project going on down there. We helped them with the grant applications. And so we got a total of $350,000 for that project as well. That was awarded to San Juan County, but we feel proud of it too.
You just skip ahead a few slides.
Okay, yeah, I think we're on slide 6, maybe. Great. Okay, so this chart shows where we've been working this year out on the trails for trail maintenance projects. We tend to rotate which areas we focus on. There's about like a 7-year cycle we estimate for when different trail networks need really intensive maintenance as opposed to kind of just regular upkeep. So this year we've been focusing on the Klondike area. Cue next slide, please. This area, it's the furthest drive, and then some of those trails are pretty long hike to get to. So we've really tried to make the most of it. This network probably hasn't gotten intensive maintenance since it was constructed. So this is an example of one of the projects we're working on. You can see like pretty big rock structures. Less volunteer engagement with this area because it's just not great. You know, can't spend all the time hiking the volunteers out to the site and then turn them around and hike out. And then the nature of the work so that it's a little bit more involved. If you go to the next slide, there's more examples. So just more examples of the work we've been doing out there. It's pretty much all been large scale technical rock work with the group. Okay, next slide. Oop. Back a few. Well, in addition to working on Klondike, we also do, we do general upkeep in all of the trails. We've been doing that this spring as well, bouncing around. And then we respond to trail reports. So this is a picture of a boulder that fell down on Pipe Dream Trail and then our crew removing it. Next slide, please. And another big project we had is we got a grant a few years ago to replace all of our cattle guards. We have over a dozen out on our trails and they were aging out. So we replaced them with this new model you can see that was actually designed by Tyson Swayze. And one advantage to these, besides that they're way more stable and welded so they'll last a long time, is that they're wide enough to work with adaptive hand signs. We've been working a lot with the adaptive sport communities to try and get rid of these barriers we have, because one of those barriers can keep a person from using that trail. Okay, next. This picture I threw in here, so this picture is not actually from this year, but I just want to remind folks that most of what we do out on the trails for maintenance is dealing with user created damage. So a lot of the time, some of the time we're out there like on Klondike building big rock structures. A lot of the time we're trying to take care of these little social routes and off trail tracks that just accelerate really quickly into more damage. So that's why our crew's out there all the time trying to keep on the stuff. And then I won't go into this, but for people who want to geek out more, this is just broken down for the trails within each trail network to show how many hours we spent so far this year. Are there any questions on that before we move on to our trail talk? Great. For construction, we did actually build a little 300-foot trail out in the Brands network this year. This was on a grant, and the intention is to make that area more user-friendly for families and beginners. We really want to channel people to the beginner-friendly areas instead of right now, they kind of by default end up in more advanced areas. And then we'll be able to add educational signage to that as well. That's a small project. This fall, we'll be building Kestrel Run Trail. This is the newest section in the Raptor route, which is a route we've been building for years now. Go to the next slide. So it's going to be about 2.2 miles, and it will start at the bottom of Falcon Flow Trail and extend to Campground H in Sand Flats. It's on a grant, which is great, and it will hopefully we'll be able to in future years build another connector that will connect all those campgrounds as well. Just kind of keep extending that route down, keeping bikes off the road. Okay, next. Okay, so this is revisiting that project I talked about with San Juan County for our ILA. This focus area highlighted in purple is the Mud Springs mountain bike focus area that's listed in the 2008 BLM resource management plan. And so this area was kind of slated by the BLM to be a focus area for mountain bikes. And next slide, please. We've been working with San Juan County and the BLM to come up with a plan for that area. So these are concept lines. These aren't final. They could change. They're going through NEPA currently. But basically we're helping San Juan County because no one knows the needs of the area better than us. And so some things just to know from this kind of spaghetti line of trails is that it will be designed to accommodate NICA, which is a huge, it's been growing. It's the Scholastic bike races. Right now they're happening at the Brands, but it's not designed for that area. It causes some problems every year. So moving into an area where it's going to be designed from the beginning to accommodate that use. Also be wide enough for adaptive hand cyclists, and it will be machine built trail. So it'll be a different style of trail than we currently have, which I think will be very exciting for us. And then in future phases, those trails could connect to the LaSalle Mountains and to the valley as well. Okay,
also, I believe those are going to be e-bike friendly, correct?
So that's in the NEPA process.
It is, okay.
Yeah, because
Gotcha.
it's a mountain bike focus area, so it has to go through NEPA to be approved.
Okay.
But what's nice about it is, it's from a blank slate, so we can design with that in mind rather than trying to adapt areas that were designed for one use with another use.
Right. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, volunteer events. We had a few big ones this year. Captain Ahab had its 10-year anniversary. That's a really popular mountain biking trail. We had over 50 people out on the trail, and then we had a question and answer session at a local restaurant in the evening that got a huge turnout as well from the community. And then our first annual Moab facelift event. The facelift is a brand name that's national. There's a big one in Yosemite. They're trying to kind of spread it nationwide. So this one was about 60 people. We're hoping to grow it each year, and it can spread beyond the realm of trails. The idea is that we want locals and visitors to be able to sign up for a variety of community projects. If you go to the next one. Oh, that's a picture of the Ahab event. And then facelift. So that's a list of all the projects folks worked on. Only 2 of those were led by our staff, and the rest were other organizations in the community. So this has a lot of potential to grow into something that could become a pretty big event for the community every year. Okay, next slide. Just some more pictures of our volunteers. Volunteers are a huge part of our program. We invest a lot in managing them because without them, we wouldn't be able to cover all of the territory we cover out there. Okay, any questions on trails before we move to responsible rec? Trying to break this up because it's a lot.
I might just a quick comment, or maybe it's a question, I'm not sure, but a bajillion years ago, the BLM, it was a local group meeting with the BLM for a shooting range, and it was in that Spanish Hills area. I mean, that was kind of where it was delineated with the BLM. And then I remember an earlier map of yours, and it was actually still delineated in that map.
I think it's still in the plan. It's not quite
Okay.
the same area.
Right, right.
So I know the BLM is like aware
Okay,
of it.
good.
Yeah.
Because the reality is, if it's, you know, there are basically shooting ranges encompassed in where you guys are planning. I mean, they're just, one has, I mean, there's a bench and everything. So the reality is, like, if it's removed, you know, at some point the BLM needs to acknowledge that we need to have a shooting range, right?
Yeah.
It just needs to happen. And I definitely think there's a local community in support of that. So anyways, just kind of put that in the back of your mind. I'm happy to be a part of that conversation, but
For sure. I know it's been part of the conversation. I know
Okay,
it's
good.
not something we're gonna be like, oops, there's a shooting range here too.
right,
But we can follow up with
Okay.
how that's
right.
played out, if
Kind
they're
of
looking at some
jiving.
different area or how they've.
Right, right. I mean, all of these, you know, the ranges out there right now are all illegal, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
They're just renegade, but
Not formalized. Yeah.
right. But the reality is, you don't really want shooting ranges and mountain bike trails together, right? It's not really going to work out.
We
So
agree.
yeah. So just a thought.
It'll be like riding in Arizona.
Yes, or climbing in Arizona. That is correct, on Mount Lemmon.
Seems like there's a shooting range near
Yeah, yeah.
every single trail I ever
Yeah.
ride down there.
So just thoughts.
All right, so on to responsible rec. Next slide, please. I'm gonna do a very quick overview of what the program is. So some of the current challenges we're facing in our community are, we have a very active search and rescue team, one of the most active in Utah. Next slide, please. Also, because of the abundance of outdoor recreation, we do see a lot of resource damage. So, you know, there's that picture I showed you of the social trails. That's one aspect, but then there's also vandalism on petroglyphs. There's been a big uptick on that since last year. Issues with trash, issues with human waste, and then things like, you know, the forest fire that happened in 2021. Next slide.
Did someone just chop down that kiosk, that little stand?
Yeah,
So-
it's our kiosk, someone hacked down. And then another issue that, you know, a lot of communities, this is a huge issue for them. For us right now, it's we're aware of it, it's growing. It's not as bad as it could be for us, but user conflict. So an example with that would be like noise has been a topic of conversation this year. That's one example of it. And as the trails get more crowded, you know, that's something we can see more of. So that's another issue we're working on. Okay, next slide. So how are we dealing with those issues? I'll focus on 5 current projects we have. The first 2 are kind of lumped together, the Trail Ambassador Program and the Human Waste Education Initiative. And then we'll talk about some more kind of distinct or discrete projects, the Business Training Program, Online Educational Platform, and the Wander app. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, Trail Ambassadors. I don't know why my slides are all, but you can read it hopefully. Trail Ambassador Program. So what the Trail Ambassadors are doing out in the field is they're teaching people how to protect themselves in our environment. So in the summertime, for example, that would be like carrying water, being aware of what areas you're going to in midday, or considering not going out midday. How to protect the environment. So that's responsible recreation practices of, you know, leave no trace or tread lightly. And then how to respect other people in the outdoors. That's getting more at those, you know, user conflicts. So that could be conflicts with the community, how to act respectfully when you're in neighborhoods, and how to treat other people on the trails. Oh, and I will mention, sorry to go back 1 second. I meant to add I had some great pictures, but we did start the Motorized Trail Ambassador Program this year. That's something we've been talking about for a while. We have one person out. I think he just ended, but he was out in the spring, and then hopefully we'll have 2 part-time in the fall, and then hire the full-time next year. Okay, next slide. Here's some photos. These numbers, they don't mean much in this context, except that they're large. But if we go to the next slide, we can see this is a comparison between, this is the total number of encounters broken up by month in the different years. So you can see that in April and May, definitely a lot higher. We have more people on the ground than we did last year. March and June are lower. Probably a reason for that is, well, could be just weather. And then we are having fewer people out in June just because of that cost to benefit ratio of how many people they're seeing out there. So we might play with that next year too if we see search and rescues essentially. So are we impacting trail user safety? These are search and rescue numbers from 3 areas where we have trail ambassadors regularly, where we've had them regularly since 2022. So Corona, Grandstaff, and Mill Creek. In 2022, there were fewer search and rescues in these areas. We can't prove causation from this, but it's a good trend, right? Like we want to see this number going down for areas where we have trail ambassadors. Slide. Are we having an impact on trail user behavior? This is a harder number to get at. It's hard to say like, oh, well, fewer petroglyphs were vandalized, right? It's a more nuanced number. But what we've done is we contracted out USU to do a study of the program and do an assessment of it. So they can, they've been putting out surveys on visitors who did encounter trail ambassadors and who didn't. And so hopefully they'll come back with some feedback for our program, measuring its effectiveness, and then also letting us know how we can improve. And so we did see some preliminary results from them about 2 weeks ago, and then they'll finalize that data and it'll be released next month. So I can send that to everybody. So this is a little offshoot of the Trail Ambassador program. The Southeast Utah Health Department and Grand County are currently splitting the funding for a full-time position. That's Mariah up there. And she's the Healthy Trails Coordinator. So this position is really to address the issues with human waste we're having in our area, which is a health concern. Also not great for visitation, right? Like what a way to ruin your hike. So she's been working really hard with educating the public about WAG bags, which are now actually required in Grand County. And then in our community, we've had issues. We can't put them in the mainstream garbage like other communities. They have to go into special receptacles. So it's kind of another level of education that we need to give to visitors. And so she's handed out over 2,000 WAG bags so far this spring. And that comes with, of course, education targeted at people who are planning on dispersed camping or have young children. And then she's also done a social media campaign, which, Quinn, I don't know if you can, just a little video link. If you go further left to the Pooh costume. Yeah, it should pop up. It's like 3 seconds long. Oh, okay, it's not gonna work. Well, anyway, if you go to our social media, we have a pretty active, we have TikTok videos, which is amazing. So Mariah's been working on that, and they get a lot of hits. And they're pretty funny, right? Because that's how you need to talk to people. You don't say you need to talk to strangers about human waste. It's you need to go in for the humor aspect to make them comfortable with it. So feel free to check that out later. Has anyone seen them?
I haven't.
No? Okay, well, I'll send you guys some directly. One of our trail ambassadors actually got recognized on the street as like the Pooh girl. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, if you wanna email us a link to some of them afterwards,
Yeah.
Maddie, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
And then Mariah, she's great at social media, so she's also doing other campaigns for us, like the summertime when there's equestrian mountain bike hiker conflicts up in the mountains. She's currently working on a video to educate people about that as well. Okay, we're gonna move on to talking. So that was kind of trail ambassadors, human waste. Now we're gonna talk about some of those more distinct programs. So the business stewardship program, this is a fledgling program. And the reasons behind it are that we know that in-person interactions are the best way to change behavior. So someone is far more likely to change their behavior if they're getting information from a person versus like reading it on a sign. And so we're trying to figure out, okay, we have the trail ambassadors, we have park rangers, the mob information centers, we have some of these areas, but how can we actually like make sure that every visitor coming to town is hearing some type of responsible recreation messaging or information from a human? So you go to the next slide, I've got a little graphic for you. So this is kind of showing you what 10,000 people looks like. Go to the next slide. We've got Grand County, and then we have visitors to Moab. And this is actually, there's 3 million visits to Moab. That doesn't necessarily correlate to 3 million visitors, but this is just hypothetical. Okay, so if we move on. So that's the percentage, or that's the number of people that trail ambassadors are encountering. Go to the next. This is a theoretical guess of how many people are coming into contact with park rangers or staff. So our big question is, how can we engage more people in those in-person conversations? And what we do know is that not everyone is maybe going to the MIC or encountering a trail ambassador out in the field, but they probably are talking to their server at a restaurant about, where they should go, what they should do. They're probably talking to their receptionist at the hotel they're staying at. And so we really want to partner with businesses more to so that they can kind of be spreading this messaging so that we can increase that number of in-person interactions. So if you go to the next slide. So this spring, we launched a training program for businesses. On the left, you can see, who is involved. So it's businesses. And then of course we had the BLM and Information Center to give us, feedback, because they do this all the time. And basically this program invites businesses to come send their, anyone who's working like face-to-face with the public, send their staff. The first half of it, they're learning really about all these issues, like what's important to the area. So they're learning about biopress. They're learning all these things that the trail ambassadors teach the public. And then in the second half of the evening, they're pairing up and they're actually practicing in realistic scenarios. So they'll do a scenario where they're a server at a restaurant and it's busy and they have to communicate this information. And then, in a slow time. So it's really like a kind of a hands-on experience to get people comfortable with how to integrate this information into their jobs. So if you go to the next slide, we got feedback from that program. We sent out anonymous surveys. We got 11 responses. 100% of people said they'd recommend it. And then we did before and after surveys, and people definitely walked away feeling more knowledgeable. So those are good results. So the next step is we want to scale up this program, just incorporate more businesses. To clarify, this isn't necessarily it's for everybody, right? So there's science certified for guides, which focuses on people who are going to be spending like all day with their clients. This is more for folks who are just going to be having quick interactions. If we want to, have the baseline education for. Oh, and here's what they liked about it. So they liked practicing, basically. Move to the next. And so one way to scale up on this is to, in order to shorten those sessions, because they were about 3 hours and then people were excited and they stayed for another hour. So we went into almost like 10 o'clock at night, which is great that people were excited about it and really liked it. But if we want to scale up, we have to think about like, how can we make this as easy as possible for businesses and then also as easy as possible for us. And one way to do that is to use a lot of the footage that Grand County already owns. So there's tons of videos on the Discover Moab website put together by Mark Finley. Grand County owns all of that footage. So what we want to do is a lot of it is in more long form format, so like 5 to 10 minutes, which is pretty long for most people to like sit down during their trip planning phase or to sit down and educate themselves to watch like a 10-minute video. So we want to re-edit all of that into 2-minute videos and then make it into a series, right? So people can kind of go from start to end, watch all these videos, and then they can come to the in-person sessions with all having the baseline knowledge. And then we can use that time instead of kind of starting from the beginning to just reinforce certain points, answer questions people might have because people are coming in at all different levels. The 20-year guide and like the person who just moved to town on a J1 visa and, it's new to the United States. So then, yeah, and then we can focus more on that practicing. And then another advantage of using this visitor-focused education program or using this program is that we can adapt it for visitors as well. So we can have an educational platform where businesses can have their employees go through it. We can also have one that's oriented towards visitors. So in their trip planning phase, they can go through that little educational series without too much of a time commitment and come in already knowing about biopress, already knowing about some of these things. Okay, any questions about that before I move on? Because that's kind of a big program that I could say a lot about. Yeah. Okay. And then finally, the Wander app is another project we've been working on for almost a year now. The beta testing for that app, you can go to the next slide. Beta testing for that's going to start next month. So it's I'm probably going to put you all on the list, so watch out. But the reason behind this is that our staff and the Responsible Recreation Program have been putting in a lot of times working with All Trails and all these different apps to correct their information on their sites and try to incorporate responsible recreation data. And it's a huge project. And there are some limits, right? There's some things that they won't let us change that we don't have local control over. It's pretty time consuming sometimes to have those communications to make a minor change. And then oftentimes it's publicly sourced information. So you can make a change on a website and then anyone in the public can like change it back. So it's kind of whack-a-mole. So right now we have a great opportunity with the trail ambassadors out in the field to recommend one app where people can get their mapping information and get information out of the area. And there's not really a great app for us to recommend. There's not anything we can guarantee that it's like got accurate information. And so our solution to that is developing our own app. So that way we can, instead of trying to repeat this same process over and over for all these different apps and websites, which there's dozens, right? We can at least focus all that effort into making our own app that is correct and also fill some gaps in information. So right now, if you want to camp legally in a dispersed way, it's really hard to find that information. There's just like not one source that really is helpful for someone if they want to camp legally. And so this app could also include kind of pull together information from all these different areas and give it to the person in one package. We can also integrate responsible recreation information. And it's the company we're working with, it's a custom app. So we can add features to it as our community needs. So for example, if down the road, if we want to be able to put trail updates in wintertime instead of using our various channels, we can just put that on the app right away is the vision. So we're going to still keep chipping away at the data management side of things online, but I think this is a better avenue for us to have local control and input from the land managers to get that information out to visitors. Okay, I think that's the last slide. Any questions about any of that? No.
A lot of big, large scope. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks for the update. Nadia. Yeah.
I had one, maybe it's a comment or a hope, a dream vision. With partnering with the BLM, and I don't know if this is an opportunity for the ambassadors or even some of that like visitor trip planning kind of pieces, but I think in just talking to some of the ambassadors in the field, they have like witnessed some kind of things that they recognize are not up to BLM standards. And I'm kind of speaking specifically to like pirate guiding or organized trips that are unfamiliar, that, you know, they shouldn't be rolling with 60 people through Grandstaff Canyon or something. And when it comes up with the BLM, you know, they're kind of like, well, we can't be everywhere at once. And I wonder if there's some opportunity for education around those kind of groups, the treasure hunters that come through doing crazy things, running off trail, or so I just wanted to kind of plant that seed. And
Yeah, that's actually interesting to hear because we do have specific training on that. So the BLM is part of the onboarding process and the training, or honestly, even if they have been trained once, they go through that again, where they, BLM staff come out and they talk to them about issues like that. And then they have a spot device. So that has, goes through a satellite, so they don't need cell phone reception, but they have numbers for the BLM Recreation Office, the BLM Rangers, and then law enforcement as well. So part of their training is that they are supposed to be eyes on the ground and report that stuff if they're seeing it. We do prioritize their safety. So we don't necessarily want them going up to groups and being like, you're illegally guiding. Like that's not their role, but they can be reporting that stuff to the BLM to make them aware of it.
that's good to know.
Yeah.
They can, and they are reporting it, or, I mean,
That's
like,
part
do
of
you,
their training. So I'm.
okay, but do you have like numbers, like how many illegal?
I don't have numbers. Yeah, but maybe Evan, maybe we can talk about,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because also the ambassadors, they do write down, they have forms, daily forms where they record their numbers, but then they also record anything like that. So we should be able to look back at their sheets and see,
Yeah.
what they're encountering out there.
I just had a comment, not a question, but I think it's really great you have all these things going on. I think it was in 2018 that there's first started to be discussions around the county that we should be putting more effort into educating visitors and things like that. And it kind of took a while to get started, but now, I mean, I'm just really impressed with the variety of different programs that you're getting going. So, good work.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. They are big scale, right? So like we're trying to roll them out in phases. So, I hope everyone is gentle, like with our pilot programs, that knowing that we're going to be trying to improve them over the years.
It's come a long way from flyers and outhouses.
Yes. Good point.
And I will say to that too, I mean, big thank you to August's whole department. they're the marketing people, right? So that I know about the trails and the outdoor recreation scene, but they've been really essential for all these projects. Like we're doing them fully in partnership with that crew because they have those connections and they speak that language. And so they've been a great ally.
Great. All right. So it's nice to see the departments working with each other to further the cause. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, Maddie.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. All right. We'll move on to our next department report, and that is Canyonlands Regional Airport with Tammy Howland, the airport director.
I apologize. I don't have a PowerPoint. Hopefully I'll be descriptive enough. But it'll also help me keep me more towards that 10-minute mark that we're aiming for. So since I was here last year, our 2022 enplanements, we ended up totaling 23,307 enplanements. This is passengers buying a ticket and leaving Moab. Those are the numbers that we track as far as we don't count the arrivals because the other airport counts that as their enplanement. So each airport counts that seat that's flying out. 18,708 of them were SkyWest passengers. 4,599 were other commercial operations such as Redtail, Pinnacle, and Moab LUCs. And for 2023, our current enplanements are 11,929. 9,420 of those are SkyWest. 2,477 again, Redtail, Pinnacle, and Moab LUCs. So far, all of our numbers for the months are exceeding last year's numbers. We are not above 2021, but we are now above pre-2020 numbers. So those are good signs for the airport. One commercial operation that we have at the airport that doesn't get talked a lot about because their numbers don't count as enplanements, but that's our skydivers. They're probably one of the busiest single operators at the airport. And in 2022, they had 20,404 parachutes come out of their airplane last year. And so far this year, they've had 12,371. So that's a thriving aeronautical activity at the airport that is doing really well. We're happy to see that. So in 2022, since the last time I was here, we had started an airport layout plan. This is an update to our master plan that we did in 2015. Since we've pretty much exceeded that plan, we had to update it and bring it up to speed for current situation and our projected future use of the airport. So that project was started in 2022. We're looking at finishing that up here in the next month or so. That will come to you all once we have that completed and it's gone out for public comment. We've also in 2022 closed out our CARES grants, the first two that we had. So that was a great shot in the arm. Those grants were able to cover almost all of our operating and maintenance budgets and payroll and some and our debt services. So those, we are still operating on an additional ARPA grant. So that should get us through 23 and partially into 24. We started the SRE building and that will be completed the end of this month, with the exception of a few lights that were on back order, but the building itself will be completed. We did have a private hangar started in 2022 and they just completed that hangar. They're out for final inspection, but the hangar's set and ready to go. That was done by Ken Lord and Laurel Cotto. Ken Lord's the local, or not local, he flies in from St. George. He's the optometrist that does eye surgeries and stuff here in Moab. So that was a great addition for our airport and good for him to be able to store his aircraft when he comes in. And it's anytime a hangar is built, it's also revenue for the airport in a ground lease. We receive yearly fees for that. We did do a fee study that was started in 2022 that got completed around January or February of 23. And it kind of looked like a lot of our fees were not too far off from where this study indicated we should be. There are some things that we could do to bring those fees up if we were to add some infrastructure to the airport and things like that. Also, we had a new system installed that is used to track aircraft. It is called Bird Tower, and it uses the ADS-B system that is required to be installed in aircraft. And this will allow us to accurately track every airplane that comes in and out of the airport. It also gives us some flexibility with tracking some aircraft over the Moab area. And I'm working with Josh Green. If you get some complaints, to let me know, and I can kind of look that up and see if someone is doing something they're not supposed to be. But the biggest benefit to this system is the accurate numbers and being able to, it breaks it down to every little aspect of what runway they landed on, the aircraft, who the aircraft belongs to, whether it's based here in Moab or if it's a transient aircraft. So it's just a wealth of information, and every month I've been given a report to the airport board on all the graphs and the numbers and stuff. And I think for future planning, it's going to help a lot because it will break down to what type of aircraft it is as well. So we can differentiate, well, is it a little Cessna 172 or is it a global jet that's coming in? And those are things that help us plan for future projects. We did purchase snow removal equipment in 22 that consisted of a front end loader with some implements. The most important one of which was a broom, a 14-foot broom. And I say that's most important because the snow that we get here generally is very easily mitigated with a broom rather than dragging plows across pavement and wearing it down. So we were excited to get that equipment to help out with that when we get our storms. So 2023 projects. We just submitted, I think it was March or something, for the grant application for our fencing project that is out under review out for bids right now. And that will, once we get bids back, that'll be coming to you folks. And on tonight's agenda is some grant application for design for some ramp projects. And we'll talk about that one a little bit more later. And this is just design. There's no construction this year. They did just acquire a water tank for our fire suppression. Until recently, we had a 5,000 gallon water tank buried in the ground that we would have to draft out of to refill the fire truck. Which was very time consuming, and we've always wanted to find an alternative to that, to make it more easy to refill our fire truck. Because an aircraft burning will burn very fast. So getting water into the truck quickly is important when your resources are 20-25 minutes away. So what I ended up getting was a used water tank, a frac tank that's skid mounted and 20,000 gallons. The road department guys are gonna help build a pad for it and trench in some pipe to where our fire truck can just pull right up and hook the hose up, open a valve and have instant water. And it'll be year round. So that is a really big deal as far as fire suppression at the airport. Just because we don't have a hydrant system, we don't have that sustainability to produce water fast enough to fill up a fire truck. So we're excited about that. We also completed construction for the RSEDS machine for TSA. That stands for Reduced Size Explosive System. Up until the installation of that machine, TSA agents would have to physically open every bag that was checked and test for explosives. They're now able to run each checked bag through this machine without having to open it, and expose themselves to anything or have to lift every single bag. And it's very time consuming, especially since they struggle to keep enough staff. And so to not have to go through every bag helps with that situation as well. And it's just another great tool for screening bags instead of relying on a person to do that. We have another private hangar scheduled to be built. They're in the permitting phase right now. And we've been working on some lease renewals and operating agreements. We finally got those completed for Red Tail and Skydive Moab, an operating agreement for them. But the Red Tail agreements were a big deal. There was like 4 or 5 of them, different leases, and most of them were renewals that had been put off for almost 2 years. So we finally got those completed and are moving forward, which led to being able to approve a land lease for Red Tail to build an FBO building, which is a huge asset for the airport. If you are a private pilot, you fly into an airport, one of the things that you see is a nice FBO building, fixed base operator building, where they have a place for the pilots to maybe shower or just rest until their next flight. They'll have a kitchen in there if they're hosting an event, or if someone wants to just kind of make something to eat. Up until that, we don't have a lot of amenities in our terminal building for a general aviation pilots. So this really helps alleviate a lot off of our terminal building, as far as like having to clean up after that passenger load when they fly in their trips off of the river. It'll all go in their building now. They can clean that up. So it'll be a huge asset to the airport and to Red Tail. So we're happy to see that moving forward. And I'm putting in for a budget amendment to purchase a new water pump for our water system. I've had 2 failures just within the last 3 months, where it completely cripples the airport and have no water. And there's not a lot of people that you could just call up and have come out and fix it. Unfortunately. And so that kind of falls back on me, and I'm happy to do it, but when there's a terminal full of people, it's gonna take me 2 hours to rebuild a pump. It's pretty stressful, so for a little bit of an investment in a new pump system, we're gonna see almost zero maintenance involved with this pump that I'm looking at. I've been working with Desert H2O out of Castle Valley, Danny Pritchett. He's been great. And he's the one that said, hey, this is the pump for you guys, you need it. So I'm working with that, and I'll be bringing that. I think it'll be on the budget amendment tonight as well. So a much needed situation for us. This year we also did our annual tabletop exercise. This is a emergency scenario that we create based around the commercial light having some sort of accident. There's all kinds of standards that go along with it, but what we do is everybody that's involved in our airport emergency plan, fire department, sheriff's department, EMS, the hospitals, you know, right down to the bus garage, if we were to call them to help transport people after the fact, things like that. So we bring everybody in, we review the airport emergency plan, what everybody's roles are, you know, how do we communicate with each other, go over maps of the airports, the airport to help familiarize those people that aren't out there every day, because it's a huge area. And so we go over all those things. And then at the third year of our cycle, which is next year, we'll have to do what is called our triennial every 3 years, our emergency exercise. So the event that we reviewed this year will be our scenario for next year, and this will be everybody coming out to the airport and acting out the scenario. So that is something that we will, after my inspection coming up, well, we'll go right into planning for that. So look for an invite to come out and observe, and I encourage anybody that can come out to observe and witness it. I don't remember, Mary, were you there when we did it? And Mallory, I think it was a pretty good eye opener. Would you agree? Of the situation at hand. So mostly the waiting for everybody to come from town is, I think, the biggest eye opener for people. So yeah, I'd love to have as many of you out there and witness or participate even. We'll need volunteers to be victims or whatever. So I'll look for that invite when we get to that point. And in June, finally got the airport fully staffed. Yay. We now have 7 full-time people, and that's including myself. We have 4 operations, airside operations / ARF, that's aircraft rescue firefighters. And they work a rotating shift, so at all times we should have 2 scheduled on any day of the week, including weekends and holidays. That's why we do a rotating shift, so that nobody gets stuck working every holiday or every weekend. And it seems to work really well. As well as 1 landside person that does all the cleaning in the terminal, monitors the parking. And that's enough to keep a person busy every day. So, and then myself, who I can fill in any position, also are certified, so that is another person that we can add in that category. And then we have a part-time admin assistant, Tara Collins, who's great. I'm able to get a lot more done because of her being there, so I'm excited about having a full crew now and kind of getting things tidied up. So, and then with that, Monday starts our annual 139 compliance inspection with the FAA. So 139 is a certification that we hold to be a commercial airport. And along with that is a book full of compliance standards that we have to meet. And so once a year, FAA comes in, checks all of our records, inspects the airfield, and makes sure that I'm doing my job and that we're not violating any of our grant assurances. So that's always a fun time. And then last year, we were featured in an airport, in a magazine called Airport Improvement Weekly. They did an article on our parking system because we were the first of two. There were two airports that were the first to start this new program in the entire nation, and that was us and Reno. And so they just did a little spread on that. And then currently, in fact, I just got the email today to kind of finalize this one. Business View magazine, it's a national magazine. They'll be doing a spread on our airport and including some other businesses and entities that are kind of all interact with the airport. And so that should be a good boost in the arm for the airport. So once that's out, I will send everybody a copy of that. And then lastly, but not least, essential air service. Our application for alternate EAS has been through general counsel and is just waiting on politician's signature. So that is where we're at. And so SkyWest has committed to extending their service until the new airline is in place. There is no date on that. The way that it's worded is when the new airline is in place. So it's been approved through DOT. The funding part of that has been approved. And
And remind me, this is the Contour Air thing that's being approved or the SkyWest proposal?
No, the Contour airline is what we're just waiting on signatures for. So, but in the meantime, SkyWest has offered an extension of service to us in 3 other airports, Vernal being one of them.
Great.
So that was a bullet that we dodged. It was kind of hit or miss whether they were going to extend their service or not. So ultimately they decided to.
Good. That's great news. Yeah.
Well, that's the airport in a nutshell.
All right. Thank you, Tammy.
If anybody has any other questions, I'm happy to answer. But yeah.
Any other questions or comments for Tammy? Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right, that's it for reports. We don't have any agency reports, so we'll move on to Commissioner General reports. Any commission member disclosures this afternoon?
I've been involved with the Crown Classic event in the past and likely will be again this year.
Is that on one of the
I think it's on the consent agenda.
Okay, gotcha. Right. I did see that. Thanks, Evan. Okay, moving on to general commission reports and future considerations. It's been a month since the last meeting, so if you have a ton of stuff, you're welcome to abbreviate it a little bit. Kevin, you ready to go?
Sure, I will try to be brief. Let's see. There was a recent Council on Aging meeting, and one of the things that came up there was just the difficulty the seniors are having with housing. And of course, everybody's having difficulties with housing, but I think there are maybe some unique issues for them. And so I encourage them to get their concerns written down, and maybe in some future meeting they could give a presentation just to see what things the county might be able to do to help with that. There were the usual meetings with BLM and Forest Service. Like the Bears Ears draft plans are coming out soon. So I'll go skip all the minor items. Sorry, maybe I wasn't ready after all. I'll try to, no worries. Through here. BLM, contrary to some future predictions by BLM staff, the lithium mining seems to be getting more active in terms of just permits they're applying for and the funding they've managed to line up. So that's something that could be on the horizon out there.
Right.
And let's see. The paving of the Poison Spider parking lot has been delayed. The dispersed camping EA for the Labyrinth Gemini Bridges area came out just a day or two ago.
Yeah.
It's not a real exciting document because they're just saying they're going to make the actual decisions in some future thing, but at least they're proceeding down that path. And I think that's it. If I think of something that I missed, I'll
flag me
later.
Thanks, Kevin. Evan?
Probably the most exciting thing happening out at the cemetery district is the flower box. I don't know if you saw this in the paper, but there's kind of like some loner flowers. So people often decorate their graves, they blow away and they end up on the fence. And instead of trying to figure out where they came from, there's a box on the side of the cemetery building where you can use flowers to decorate a headstone, and then either return them or eventually they'll be returned to the flower box. So there's actually a little bit there, and if anybody ever has leftover flowers, or that's a good place to give them another life. The healthcare district, kind of same there. One thing I will mention is the Park Service is going to be doing some training on some district land over by the hospital. And so if any citizens see people digging around over there, it's an archaeological crime scene training. It's got nothing to do with the district, but
so where's that going to be?
Kind of behind the Grand Center and the hospital. The healthcare district owns some land there.
Right.
There's a training happening at the Grand Center, and they want to do some training around like archaeological crimes. And so they're going to be digging. Sean's in on the loop. There, it doesn't need to be blue staked or anything like that.
I can almost see that from my backyard. So
yeah. There's not actually a crime occurring. It's fun. But we wanted to get the word out that something unusual might be happening on that land. That's all it is. A one day sort of thing. Had a meeting with the EMS this morning. The audit report was presented. Everything's in good standing. Happy to report there's been a lot of progress made in caring for and addressing for the mental health of responders and their spouses and families. One kind of tidbit that really resonated with me was last year there was 26 calls that resulted in a death. This year already there's 24. So it's been a busy year like that. And the training's not just in regards to EMTs dealing with that, but communicating those results to family members, people who are on scene. And it's a hard thing, and I kudos to the team there for really addressing a lot of that, so that our EMTs can have some of that longevity and continue to serve the community. We also had the medical control director, Dr. Doug Murdoch, down, and he's really active across the state and involved with a lot of EMS departments. And he spoke very highly of ours and mentioned that it's often when other EMS departments around the state are looking for guidance or how things are to be done, they often look at Grant County as, well, what are they doing over there? They're doing a good job, and how can we be more like Grant County? And so oftentimes, we, especially the board, we kind of operate somewhat in a vacuum in terms of not being aware of the larger EMS throughout the state and the nation. And it was good to get that feedback from someone that's really high up, that they're doing a good job over there. So proud of the crew there. And that's all I got.
Awesome. Thank you. Bill?
But I'll try and be quick. Cisco fire that we had, which ended up being one of our fires that qualifies us for a 10-year average at any rate. The helicopter was the first on the scene. Mark from Thompson also showed up and was appreciated for his paramedic skills. Moab Valley Fire, 2 engines, BLM also. And then the delegation was given to the state fire warden, and I believe later it's on the agenda somewhere to sign that document.
Yeah.
So that's all part of that. And then on the Film Alliance that I'm part of, there's ongoing work trying to get the state to extend the tax credits for the film industry. Virginia Pierce shared that I believe it was about 2.1 billion through the state, throughout the state in the last 2 years of film.
They're responsible for bringing in.
Right. For bringing in the
benefit,
community and the businesses. Sorry, I kind of stumbled through that. And then let's see, we were in a meeting with the Moab Valley Fire, Kevin, Trish and I, and that's just ongoing with the transition, as well as Chris for the annexation process that's moving up. Airport board meeting, I'll just add one thing to what Tammy had there, and that is that there's a hangar dedication coming up on September 14th from 4 to 6 p.m. for Bill Groff. They're going to dedicate that hangar to Bill Groff. So would be great to have some participation in that. And then at the county fair that we had out there, I also bumped into TSA and they gave me the full spiel that they're hiring and they pay quite well. So anybody wants to pass that on to friends or family. And then the SEU ALG board meeting that I attended August was also up for the economic development portion of that. And he thanked, as well as I did, the staff and the board for jumping through hoops to get the RLF funding passed so that we wouldn't miss out on our June 30th.
Awesome. Yeah, that's
So
great.
August was very, very good and he showed up in person. And that's all I've got.
Awesome. Thank you. Trish?
Okay, I'll try to go really quick. Maybe some of you have seen, a little group of us have developed a little water workshop series. So Water 101 is next week on the 26th at 6 p.m. at Utah State University. It's just going to be Mark Stilson, again, just reiterating water rights within our valley, Castle Valley, and then Arnie Holtquist going over the geology and hydrology of the valley. We just feel like the more information that people have about water in the valley, hopefully will help with future decisions, development, et cetera, and so on.
Trish, do you mind if I jump in real quick? In regards to that also, the county is listed that as a public meeting.
Yes, thank you.
So more than 3 commissioners are legally able to go to that meeting and check it out, because it is important. So
and
if you see,
City Council, San Juan County Commissioners, it would be great. The more,
absolutely.
the more individuals that we have.
Yeah, I'll definitely plan on attending and would encourage everyone to.
Great. Yeah. I went to a Moab Irrigation Company meeting, which was really interesting. Just kind of did it on the side. And that kind of dives into the water workshops. Hopefully the third workshop will be water service providers. Like one thing that we found out from the MIC was people really don't seem to understand the system. So it'd be great for those water service providers to just be like, here's our system, here's how it works, et cetera, and so on. So anyways, I went out to the Elm Green Ranch again in the Book Cliffs with the Utah Department of Ag and Food, again, to talk about a possible conservation easement on that ranch. I went out to Castle Valley with the LaSalle Mountain Alliance, again, just talking about their concerns with under canvas. Went to a couple different planning commission meetings, but Elisa does a great job of keeping you guys updated on that. I met with Kevin and Mallory and Kaylin and Joette to just that your guys is what are you calling those meetings?
4C.
The 4C meeting. So I just
City Council or I for Joette came up with the acronym, but City Council County Commission.
Yeah, so that was great. I just kind of was filling in for you and you know, I don't know if we want to throw much in, but it was just an interesting to start to kind of collaborate a little bit more with the city and, you know, concerns that they have, concerns that we have, et cetera, and so on. Bill's already mentioned the annexation meeting with Moab Valley Fire. Went to a GWISA meeting. As always, a couple things with that GWISA meeting. There is a board opening on the Water Conservancy District that actually closes tomorrow. I believe that board opening. So really trying to get people to apply for that board. It's an extremely important position within WISA, within that system. So, and then as always, just kind of I'll give the quick Kens Lake update. It's looking fabulous. 2,500 acre feet. Last year at the same time, it was 1,500 acre feet. So just looking really good. The soil moisture, unfortunately, in May, it was 62%. This is at 9,500 feet. In June, it was 19%.
Wow.
And so soil moisture, you know, I'll just tell you this idea that we're going to be out of the drought because of last year's winter. I've been doing a lot of research about drought, and soil moisture is just so low across the entire Intermountain West. It's going to take a lot of years of that to get us out of that because of soil moisture being that low. So kind of that's just an aside, me doing drought research. The Children's Justice Center had an advisory board meeting. So that was really cool because it's been a long time. A lot of people showed up. Andrea Noyes did a great job. So looking forward to that. By the way, you're vice chair. I'm chair and you're vice chair, Mary.
Oh, thank you.
So what happens when you don't show up? Just throwing that out there. Went to the local homeless council, and Bill and I met with Utah Watershed Council yesterday, just really quickly. So yeah, a lot. I think that's it. Sorry, I tried to go fast.
All right. No, you're good, Trish. Mike.
Mine, per usual, is pretty short. I am picking up another board today, later on the consent agenda.
Saw that.
Rec board meeting is actually tomorrow. No updates there. OSTA updates. County Fair went off without a hitch. It was quite well attended by our county residents, and we expect to see it bigger and better next year. OSTA meeting was canceled as several staff members were out because of the fair being so busy. They needed some time off, and Angie is out for her own personal medical needs. But other than that, that's what I have.
Thanks, Mike. Mary.
Speaking of the county fair, Trisha Dean got Best in Show for her quilt.
I have that ribbon hanging in.
Yes, so I just
yeah, I got a ribbon.
Yes, so that I was really excited when I went to the fair, and kudos to Angie and everybody that worked on the fair.
The competition was pretty slim. I'll just put it that way.
We did, and so I thought it was a wonderful event. From the parade through all the activities, it was really nice. So kudos to Andy. And I also wanted to mention, I think it's really nice what our travel council and such is doing with the free concerts. That's another thing that we're doing for the community that comes from TRT. And I think it's important for people to know that the TRT is providing some really nice activities for our local people.
And that stage is cool.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Use the new stage that we
and
awesome.
it was a fun concert. Just saying, it was really fun. The just short thing on the solid waste. They have 2 new trucks. Things are moving well out there. Things seem to be moving really well. And the UMTA project was able to take out all 14 autoclaves without an incident. So they've all been removed. That was a big deal. We were real concerned of how's that going to happen, and it went off without a hitch. So that was great. So, but my month was taken up with family.
It's a good segue for me because I spent the whole month with family back east. I was mostly out of town. So between a couple meetings getting canceled due to people being on vacation and then being on vacation myself, I have nothing at this meeting. So yeah, exactly. Okay. We'll move on to electeds reports, and Sheriff Jameson wanted to share a report with us today. I see that he is on Zoom. Sheriff, are you ready to go?
Yeah, you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm just going to talk about our numbers for the month of June. We had 2,477 calls in the dispatch. 1,183 of those were 911 emergency calls. The deputies responded to 627 calls for service. We conducted 322 traffic stops. We had 22 arrests. We served 39 papers, and our SAR calls were at 8. So we noticed the SAR calls go down due to temperature. But yeah, it looks like we only had 8 search and rescue calls. And that's all I've got for this elected official report.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Sheriff. And we'll move on to our county clerk, Gabriel.
None at this time, thanks.
All right. And we don't have any other electeds present. So I'll move on to our administrator report.
None today.
Anything, Quinn? Okay. Moving right along then. We are now to our general business and action items. So our first general business item is our first quarter 2024 special event intent to apply submissions. Welcome Kate Finley, our new special events program manager. And just to let everybody know, we did do a workshop on this earlier, and that we covered at, I guess it was 2:20. So that was to inform this action item. So we'll get through this pretty quickly, probably.
And given that we covered this in the workshop, would you like me to go through all the ITAs again, or how?
I don't think we need to go through all the ITAs again. How have we done it in the past? I can't even recall. I think right.
I think in the past we might have had some conditions, but these all seem pretty straightforward.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy one. So I think, yeah, honestly,
I would move to approve the special event intent to apply submissions as presented in the packet.
Awesome. Thanks, Evan.
For the first quarter of 2024.
And I got a second. All right. So I have a motion to approve all of the items in the packet by Commissioner Clapper and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Does anyone want to discuss this further? Or?
Well, it might be just for the record, just briefly summarize the discussion of the workshop.
Right.
You know, so this is for the first 3 months of the year. It's a pretty sparse period, so we didn't have any issues with overcrowding in a particular month. Do you want to interject something? Okay. Quite a few of these were running events because they tend to like that time of year. We did two of the events are being approved in advance. One because it's a recurring event that's been here quite a while, and they just wanted to get it nailed down ahead of time. Another was a new event, but it was a new event that has been here in the past, and it's the rock show that most of us thought added good balance. And there was some discussion about some of the events were landing on the same weekend, and we wanted to carefully monitor that so that make sure that's not causing problems, and if it is, make adjustments in the future. So,
Mike.
The only point to reiterate there is continued upkeep on reports back if EMS is strained or services are strained with multiple events per weekend. But it looks good.
I also wanted to add that on this is Jeep Safari, which has kind of been a flagship special event in Moab for a very long time. I think this is, what did you say, it was 57th year. And I've heard just discussion around the county that folks at Jeep Safari might be worried about, you know, maybe not getting their permit renewed, or just that council may not appreciate the event. But I just wanted to go on the record and say that that there's absolutely been no discussion about ever not issuing Jeep Safari a permit, and I think we're all very much on board with Jeep Safari, and I personally definitely value it as a special event, kind of a flagstone special event in Grand County. So I just wanted to say that.
It's so far from my mind that I'm able to joke about it, because it really is a Moab institution, and we're glad to have it. I don't see it going anywhere.
Yeah, and thanks Jeep Safari for putting on a great event year after year. Mary?
I know the county has been very supportive of the Jeep Safari and went way out of the way to make it possible for them to have their event in 2021.
All right. Any other discussion? I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Clapper and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of approving all of the special events in the packets, raise your hands, and that motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Kate. Where am I? All right. On to agenda item number 2, and I seem to have misplaced. There we go. Agenda item number 2, agreement with Red Cliff Foundation for the management and administration of the Moab to Monument Valley Film Commission. We have Mallory Nassau, Commission Administrator, and I also wanted to recognize we have Elise Park from the Red Cliff Foundation, as well as Brian Hunting from the Red Cliff Lodge. And we have our Commissioner Biga Metzner online as well. So thank you all for being here for this. Mallory.
I will keep it short. I'm just moving along all of the hard work of others. I know there have been quite a few conversations, public meetings, stakeholder involvement. So now it's before you all to make a decision. That's all I've got.
All right, oh yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to make a motion.
No, please.
Discussion. Yes, I move to approve the agreement with Red Cliff Foundation for the management and administration of the Moab to Monument Valley Film Commission.
All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann and a second from Commissioner Winfield. And this is, I guess it was 2 meetings ago that we had the discussion where we gave staff input to come up with an agreement with the foundation. And like Mallory said, here we are. Yes, Kevin.
So in that discussion a couple of meetings ago, one of the things that we requested was on some of the lists of what they're going to do, that something that referred to making sure the rules of the BLM rules and other land management rules were strictly adhered to. I looked through the contract. I didn't see it in there. I think it would be pretty easy to insert. So maybe someone who's more familiar with the contract. If I missed it, someone should speak up. But if I didn't miss it, I just wanted to propose adding a sentence to that list.
Okay. Yeah, I read through it too, and I didn't notice that. So
We can add that. Would it just be agrees to comply with all BLM and public land rules and regulations?
So what I drafted, and sorry, I meant to email this out earlier so all of you would have a chance to look at it, but work with land management agencies to ensure that film production companies are aware of applicable rules and regulations regarding filming, and that those rules and regulations are obeyed. So basically just help with the education to make sure.
And you can
That's the intent. So should I propose an amendment to stick that in there, or?
Sure. Yeah, I think that'd be
Okay. So I'll move to amend the motion to be approve the contract with the following amendment. And it's the language that I just read that I can send to Gabe and salary. And I think it would fit best. I don't have the. Oh, yeah, I do. So there's a list in Exhibit A.
Oh, yeah.
And I would insert it as maybe item 9 on, somewhere in that list. Probably not the last one, but could be anywhere else.
Great. Thank you, Kevin.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Second. Yes. Okay. I have a motion to amend from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment to the original motion? Call for a vote on that. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. Any other discussion on the original motion to approve? I guess now the motion would be to approve with Kevin's amendment.
Yeah, no, I think I looked at the contract. I think it does address the things that we discussed before, that I think it's got a good list of accountabilities. Yeah, so I did have a question. There are some dollar amounts in here, and they weren't exactly what I was expecting. So did we already decide that we're funding it at the rate of roughly 150K a year for the first 18 months? I thought there were still different numbers being thrown around. I don't.
So a few of us met, myself, Chris, Quinn, and a couple of commissioners, and discussed it and kind of gave the go ahead, of course, for all of you to make the final decision, but to go with the amount that's currently allocated to TRT film recreation specific to film.
Right.
And so one thing that we noted in putting together some numbers that I think is good for people to know is also just with salary and benefits, just for the position, the county is contributing 102,000. So the rest of that is programming. So I personally don't think it's that significant of an increase.
Yeah, no, I'm personally in favor of the increase. I think that it's the amount that we're statutorily allowed to contribute to the film commission, and giving the commission, or giving the film commission the wings it needs to take off in this new venue seems like a.
I guess I would. Yeah, there was some language like that in the back. I was confused by that because that 1/5 refers to like the amount that we can spend on combined film, responsible recreation, all that stuff. I don't think we're proposing to put all of that number toward film. I thought we were just proposing to continue to fund it at the level we had been in recent years.
And that's what it would be. I think my understanding is that 1/5 is from that piece total for all of those, and 1/5 of that is earmarked for the film recreation.
Yeah, if you would, Chris, that'd be great.
It sounds wrong to me, but I'm.
So I think that we set it up to be like what, 147, 148 annually, so it's prorated out that way, which is the current budget. And so based on the amount of money that we're projecting to bring in order to increase that, we would have to cut some other aspect of the rec, or basically a responsible rec programming, or the recreation programming that goes to the Recreation Special Service District. So most of it we can contribute without cutting other programming.
And then what if the TRT?
The budget for rec film and conventions is maxed out at the.
Okay, but we're not spending that entire. I think what Jacques said and what something in the package. No,
so it's not. We're not spending the total.
We're just continuing to spend what we have in the past.
We're just keeping the budget, essentially where it's at right now.
Right.
I mean, and I think that we're doing quarterly. Is that what we decided?
In the agreement, we changed it to monthly just because starting August 1st instead of July 1st and staying on the budget year schedule. I think it made more sense than moving that a month into 2025. So it's a 17-month that can be billed
So did-
monthly.
I guess my only question is, did we calculate how much is left in the budget? And verify that the monthly payments that we're gonna commit to are gonna go over?
If we're going off of 147 and the breakdown of the amount per month, then yes.
Well, you know what I mean, like, if we spent more pro rata up to this point, then the year has elapsed. And we,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
right.
then we commit to spending the pro rata portion for the remainder of the year, then we could go over budget, is what I'm saying.
In other words, some,
Calculation, I just kind of.
it might be that of the 147 we were planning on spending this year, a pretty large percentage has already been spent and so the
So,
more.
I mean, it could be okay if, for instance, the TRT comes in more than we projected, then we'd have more money that we could actually provide to the budget. Or if we run out, then we might have to just supplant with a little bit of general fund money to make it up. I'm not that worried about it, but I'm just saying it could be a situation where we're, you know, doing it pro rata monthly from here forward. It's possible we could go over budget a little bit. Not really worried about it, but I'm just saying that it could be that I have to supplant this contract with a little bit of general fund money to avoid
Overspending.
statutory compliance issues. But it just depends on how the TRT ends up. And we won't know that until next, February or March. So it's all kind of speculative anyway, but I'm fine with this contract. I think it's good. Not worried about it. Great. Okay.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Bill.
Just a couple of things. I mean, with the amount of publicity that we had surrounding this, I think that it's really important that we stress the reporting requirements portion of this. And not just the reporting, but also the community stakeholder meetings that were recommended to this. If it just received some definite pushback in the community, and I think it's imperative that we move forward following that. Those guidelines that are in here to just try and keep this from becoming an issue further down the road. And then it's not totally clear in the contract, but will Bigot end up being an employee of the foundation or an employee of the Red Cliff? And that reason I ask that is that could also bring about some kickback or with the public. Yeah, that was the whole thing about this going to a foundation or a business. And I don't know, we got positive to move forward with this, but I'm just curious, there's nothing in the contract regarding that.
I think it reads as they will employ or contract to employ a film commissioner with the foundation.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I just think we want to be real careful with our public.
No, that's a very good point,
follow
Bill,
along
right?
with
And
this.
yeah,
Those are the two exact things that I wrote down in my notes today. That I think the reporting, I'd actually probably prefer every 6 months, but that's just an aside. And definitely the engagement of the stakeholder group has to be imperative.
I think there is reporting every 6 months.
Okay.
Is it 6 months? Okay, sorry.
One is like a presentation that would
Okay.
include the
Okay, great.
budget, and the other.
I wrote down 6 months question mark. Maybe that, who knows what my notes meant.
It does say annual reports to the county commission. The 6-month one is meetings held by the stakeholder group that we're talking about. So it is an annual meeting.
I think there's something else in there.
Oh, is
in
it?
another
I'm
section,
going off of exhibit B.
and the same to the travel council. I can.
And that's all I have. I
Great.
just
Thank
Really
you.
wanna
yeah.
watch what the citizens had some concern about. Be really careful that we don't get into a can of worms. So
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
I was definitely sensitive about the idea of the transition and concerns from a lot of citizens that we heard. But I really do believe that the film commission would benefit greatly from additional resources, and I think that that's something that we haven't been prioritizing to the degree that it really could be. And so and with that in mind, I am in support of transitioning this to another entity where those additional resources and advancement and growth for the film community can happen. So I'm excited to give it a shot and wish it the best.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with what Bill and Trish and Evan said. I think there were a lot of legitimate concerns raised, but I think, this contract has responded to those concerns and, in ways that I think Bill outlined. So, I'm just glad that, other commissioners who were more involved than I was were able to put this forward. And I think we're, it's an experiment. One can imagine something going wrong, but I think we've taken a lot of prudent steps to try to reduce the chance of it turning out badly. So I'm hoping it'll be successful.
Yeah, likewise, and I'm expecting it to be successful. I think it. I hope it's landing in the right place. I think we have enough guardrails in place that if it doesn't, but I am expecting that it'll succeed, and looking forward to seeing where it goes. All right. Any further discussion? Great. I'll call for a vote. Let's see. The motion was made by Mary and the second was Bill. So all those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all opposed. Motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Hedin in opposition. Thank you, guys. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, you can allow that.
Yeah, we just, while that meeting's happening, in the workshop, there was a Zoom bombing incident. And so things are locked down.
Yeah, thanks for explaining.
More than normal right now. So for those of you on Zoom, if you're having trouble talking, it's deliberate, but we apologize, I guess.
Yes, maybe if you do need to contact us, put something in the chat, we can address it.
I'm not going to Zoom bomb you. I just wanted to thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry that I can't be there with you, but thank you very, very much. We'll talk more when I'm back in town. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Biga. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 3, Memorandum of Understanding for Endangered Colorado River Fish Mural at the Moab Information Center. And Trish, were you presenting?
I am presenting.
I thought so.
That is
okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Brooke is online, it appears, but I was approached by Brooke Williams from the Utah Wildlife Federation about a possible mural of endangered Colorado River fish. And so I just took it and ran with it and ran to Mallory. And so here we are. The proposal is for a mural by, sorry about that, Chris Peterson of a razorback sucker. It's always fun to be able to use that word in a commission meeting. So I just kind of wrote down a quick, if that's okay, like 1 minute little
absolutely
spiel about the razorback sucker.
Yeah.
So native to only warm water portions of the Colorado River Basin, most common in backwater, floodplains, and flatwater sections of our river basin. Dam construction on the Colorado River changed temperature regimes, created reservoirs, and disconnected these floodplains. Altered environments also provided opportunities for non-natives to flourish and prey upon early life stages of the razorback sucker. It was listed on the endangered species list in 1991, so quite a long time ago. It is appearing to be fairly stable now, but is still a critically endangered species. So, and I really think the mural and the ones that he's produced already are really spectacular. So
yeah, it is a cool mural.
Yeah, and I don't know, Brooke, if you want to add anything or if she can speak.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was great, Trish. Thanks for all your hard work. And Mallory, thanks for all your hard work and how cheerful you go about it. Yeah, I'll just say that this is part of a statewide project to honor Utah's wildlife heritage. And we picked this particular wildlife, the razorback sucker, because it honors the work of the Moab Office of the Nature Conservancy. In particular, the Scott Matheson wetlands, where they've created a nursery to protect the first year of these fish. And that's where the lack of flooding and the climate has really impacted them. So this should make a big difference. And we're planning a big celebration around this, which the plans are really sort of nebulous at this point. But this MOU is a first step, and we're excited about it. And whatever updates we have, we'll give to you. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them.
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, so we received a document, not in the packet, but by email earlier today, and it also showed a much larger mural on a downtown hotel. Is that also part of the plan, or I was confused by that second very long mural?
Yeah, sorry about the confusion. That was we were interested in that wall because of its long size, and that's on the Greenwell Motel. And the owner was not interested in having a mural on his wall. So we decided to go with this wall instead. Who knows? There could end up being a number of different fish on a number of different walls, but this is the first step. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, my first reaction when I saw that is that I thought the owner of that motel did not want murals on. Everyone's interested in that wall. So it would have been very impressive if you managed to pull it off and get permission. So.
No, it didn't work. I would have been glad to know that other people have tried before I did, because I spent quite a bit of time being told no.
Just out of curiosity, what did the constellations represent, if you know?
I don't really know. I know the artist. Yeah, that's just a mock-up, by the way.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, and we're not sure exactly what it's going to end up looking like, but it's just part of the artist's creative process.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just say real quick? I wasn't sure. I might have missed that it was already mentioned, but the mural is to be funded. Just for the record, the mural is to be funded by the Nature Conservancy. So again, sorry if that was mentioned already.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, that was not mentioned, and that's what's happening so far. And I think they're going to be. They'll fund most of it. We'll do some private fundraising for whatever they don't fund. So.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
Great.
I move to approve the memorandum of understanding with the Utah Wildlife Federation and Chris Peterson for the endangered Colorado River fish mural at the Moab Information Center.
All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Hedin and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion on the mural? All right. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item number 4, 2023 mid-year budget amendment. And welcome Chris Barrett, our Strategic Development Director.
Thank you. All right, so we held a public hearing last month. I think it was June 26th. We received one public comment on this public hearing, which is in your packet. There's some notable things that have changed since the public hearing and what I've got in the packet. The biggest thing is that I realized that I had budgeted to take in the first tranche of LATCF funding last year, but it actually hit our bank account this year. So I adjusted that revenue account to take in both tranches of the LATCF funding in 2023. So that bumps up the revenue for that line item from 2.898 million to 5.797 million, basically doubling it, which has the effect also of changing our contribution to capital projects, which is to take all that first tranche actually
and moving into capital projects that, you know, at some point during our budget sessions for 2024, we're gonna have to, you know, figure out how we want to spend that LATCF money. And so that's a forthcoming endeavor to figure all that out. There's one other thing that I think we need to add in, just in talking with Tammy today, is that I realized that some of the projects that are up for, or some of the grant applications that are up tonight, we haven't, because they were not well defined last year when they were going to actually happen. I didn't budget the match portion, Grand County's match portion, which is close to 10% on these lines. And so I tallied that up. It looks to be about 128,000. So that's something I think that we need to add into the motion, is to add in a transfer from Fund 34 capital projects to Fund 56 of 128,000. But besides that, I think the motion and the exhibit are good to go. So anybody have any questions?
So that was 34 to 56 that you just said.
Yeah, 128,000. That's to cover the match, Grand County's match portion on the design projects that are up later on the agenda.
You're gonna make that motion with those notes?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think we went over all this in more detail at the public hearing, so I don't have any further questions.
Okay, and then just one other clarifying aspect. Our capital projects fund already has enough money budgeted for the things that are listed here. So we've got the archery range, Grand Center projector, airport water tank, which has already been purchased. Also, some precipitation gauges, which are going to be used for our kind of like a poor man's version of early flood warning system. And then the CJC soundproofing I added in also. So basically what we're doing, we don't really have to change the budget because the amount of money is already budgeted. We just are adding these things to the list of expenses that are authorized.
All right.
Yeah, Kevin.
So I move to approve the resolution adopting an amendment to the 2023 Grand County budget with the following amendment to that amendment, which is to transfer $128,000 from Fund 34 to Fund 56, and this is to cover the airport, the county match for airport design projects.
Second.
Great. I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McGann. Further discussion on the budget amendment?
Well, I just think, you know, the last time we talked about this, the meeting had gone really long, and we started kind of talking about commission allowances. And the one thing that was brought up, you know, I think there's value. There's a lot of value. Chris has mentioned this. I do think it's very valuable that we are traveling, that we're up north, that we are, you know, meeting with state legislatures, et cetera, and so on. I also understand that coming in as new commissioners, you don't, you know, maybe don't have a firm idea of how much you want to spend, but now you do. So I'm just going to kind of say, like, going into next year, I think we need to be very cognizant of spending taxpayer dollars, and just be very careful about the way that we spend it. If we want to travel, I do think there needs to be some accountability behind that. Where are we going? What are we doing? Is it working for our county? And I think that I'm just making some general statements. I also think we need to be traveling as, you know, we need to be cheap. And so that being said, we have county vehicles. I think we should be using county vehicles. If they're not available, obviously we can use our own vehicles, but paying, you know, federal per mileage rates is expensive. And so I think we just need to be very, very careful about the way that we're spending taxpayer dollars. And then just be going into next year, just kind of having a feel for what you want your budget to be. So.
Thanks, Trish. I do want to make a note as as to that, it was a long meeting last time and we started to go into this. So
Yeah.
we have added as a discussion item, we will start address some of those at
My
the end of, no problem. But yes, that will be a discussion so we can go further
Sorry
into
about
that, talk about commissioner spending and accountability. and
Okay,
everything
sorry about that.
later in the meeting for sure. All right, anyone have anything else to add?
Thank you for your work on this, Chris. I know
Yes,
it took
thank
up
you.
a lot of time and a lot of thought. I appreciate your efforts.
Yeah.
And then to get right into doing the 2020 flip.
You're like,
Right around the
might
corner.
get a
Yeah.
2-week break.
All right, then I will call for a vote. Motion from Commissioner Walker and second from Commissioner McGann. All those in favor of the budget amendment? And that passes unanimously.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. All right, we're on to agenda item number 5, Utah Office of Tourism Cooperative Marketing Program opt-in for UK, Ireland, and Germany, Austria, Switzerland markets. We have Melissa Stocks, Assistant Marketing Director. Hi, Melissa.
Hello.
Do we have August online too? Great. Okay.
Share my.
I don't know. It seems like no.
Yes.
What have we
We've
been?
had enough sharing of screens.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm here as well. I think I was just being Zoom bomb protected.
Okay. Thanks, August.
It's not allowing me to show my screen, but you can hear me. So, but Melissa will run this and I'll provide any backup if necessary.
So first, I would like to say, the last time that we did a co-marketing focus on this country was 5 years ago. And thank you for approving this amendment, the budget amendment. Now we can apply for this co-marketing again. So before I get started showing all the costs, I want to say that we decided to select the no cost because it's a free advertising. And then the pricing ones we decide as a team talking with the Utah Office of Tourism and another DMO like ANAP, Solek, Great Zion, and MOA is partner. So this is basically what is gonna happen with the co-marketing for Germany, Australia, and Switzerland. We are selecting all the activity that is no cost. Then we split this one because it's a little bit expensive. This is a $500 and it's a consumer focus on the consumer market. Then the other one is again focus on the consumer market, but this is in a promotion with an NBA sport campaign. That's what we have there. Then we have the Eurowings Discover Roadshow. So this is a Eurowings Discover Roadshow. It's a travel trade. They would visit 5 German cities. The cost is low to $2,500. We don't apply for the 10,000 because it's really, really expensive. As a DMO, I'm talking with the other DMOs, we decide not to keep this package. But as a team, we decide to go with a media promotion because we are not doing any media. So we decided to go with Expedia 360 North America. And then, of course, being the USA Magazine 2024, just a half. That's all I have for the German, Australia, and Switzerland. Do you guys have any question with this package? And the second is, do I have it? Well, I have the second package is this one. This is the UK and Ireland. So again, I'm just choosing all the no codes, the advertising. Then we are doing that $250, that this is a destination consumer show. And the destination lotto is the two largest consumer travel shop in the UK. Then we are applying for Wanderlust America, especially focusing on consumer. They do it a 30-year anniversary. Then we are skipping this one, but we are doing the, let's see, the Writing for Adventure magazine, and we are doing the option too, because it's focused also in advertising but digital content. So it's doing magazine and also social media. The total cost will be $5,350. And in this case, option two, also we design with all the 4 partners, at least minimum 4 partners, so 4 DMOs are applying for the option two. So the package that I have for the UK and Ireland.
So, I don't know if this is a question for you or for August or both, but could you just brief, my impression is that, you know, this is some advertising that the state tourism office is orchestrating. It's, you know, it's going to be happening regardless. And by opting in, we get some additional benefits. And could just, I'm just curious concretely, what are they? Like, because I'm assuming that, you know, is it that we get to customize the message more and have more control over when they talk about Moab? Or like, if we didn't do this, they would just focus on St. George and wouldn't mention Moab at all?
All that content, I say all that. And this is focused on consumers because I cannot focus on consumers and just focus on the travel agency. When I'm going to different countries, I'm talking with a travel agency, but I don't do that face to face with the people who are coming. So this is what they are doing. And I bring the content again and share all the information.
Okay, so it sounds like then the content that's specific to Moab will be all coming from you or from us. Okay.
And then they share, we agree with all the other, for the amounts, we agree and decide how it's gonna be. The layout of any display or any video, any picture that we can share.
Okay.
In the agenda summary, it mentions that it's not approved and within budget. So is this additional spending that wasn't budgeted for?
Yes, that's why I say at the beginning, I thank you for you guys approve the budget amendment so we can.
Oh, so now it was not within budget when you
That's
did
right.
the agenda summary, but now it is that, yes, okay.
August had something in the chat. I can't read it. Okay.
And budget amendment was around trying to spend down this stuff with the law change. Yeah.
All right, Mary.
I move to approve the opt-in form for KBC Travel Marketing PR and Representation and the Utah Office of Tourism for $5,350 of marketing activity targeting the UK and Ireland markets, and the opt-in form for Harvard, that's a PR and marketing, and the Utah Office of Tourism for $9,300 of marketing activity targeting Germany, Austria, and Switzerland markets.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Mike. Got a motion from Commissioner McGinn, a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any other discussion or questions for Melissa?
This isn't so much a question for Melissa, but just you know, as we go back to kind of active marketing more than we have in the last couple of years and promoting, you know, I think that there are some things besides just like hotel counts that the slower year is kind of rippling out on, just in reviewing the audit with EMS this year. You know, things like EMS and the Canyonlands Care Center directly rely on sales tax revenues for a lot of their budget as well. And so, you know, there are services that serve our residents that are directly dependent on sales tax. And so with that in mind, you know, I'm okay with these budget amendments that we just approved and upping our marketing, especially to the fly market and international travelers.
Thanks, Evan. All right, looks like no further discussion, so I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Melissa. Item number 6, billboard designs for Grant County leases along Highway 191. And we have August online as well as Melissa still. Do you want to present that, August, or?
I'm gonna keep letting Melissa run on this stuff and provide background. I was gonna try to answer that budget question, but I muted myself before and I couldn't unmute myself. And the conclusion was correct that when it was being prepared, it was not in budget, but when the budget amendment was passed, then it was budgeted.
Great, thank you. Are you ready for this one, Melissa?
Yeah.
Awesome.
These Billboard, we working with responsible recreation with the board. And we decide to update our with more accurate message. So we have 2 options for right now. So the option number 1 is this one. Welcome to MOA, please slow down. And this would be a Northtown MOA in one of our billboards. And then the second option that I have is, please give you a speed down while driving through town. So that's the 2 options. And then, since we're gonna change the north town, we decide also to change the south town. So that would be how it will look. And this is the summer town. It's a little bit more longer. Same. That's how we do it. Actually, I would like to say that it's pretty good.
Is that the Southtown location?
That's Southtown location. I'm gonna zoom a little bit so you guys can.
And you're looking for feedback between the welcome versus
Yes,
please.
so
I like the welcome one.
We want to decide what's the best for our community, our visitors, the best communication. So do we want that? Please give you the speed down while driving through town. Or we want to be welcome to MOA. This is slow down. I like the welcome.
I want to make the case for the other one. You know, I think if we were to take a poll of voters and ask, you know, which of the following 2 is a bigger problem in our town, that somehow we're not welcoming enough, you know, therefore not enough people are coming, or that there's too many fast vehicles, and I think clearly more people are concerned about the latter. And so I think, you know, we were talking about all kinds of advertising. There's the stuff we just approved that, you know, there's a big universe of advertising, and most of it is, you know, come to MOA for all this great stuff. And I think these billboards in town that people will see when they're actually driving, that's like a really key opportunity to give this message that, you know, I think, you know, there were the previous billboards that showed people in crosswalks and things like that. But I think we are not doing enough to make, you know, visitors aware that this isn't just like, you know, Disneyland. People live here. And I think to water down that message and put it in just in the fine print of the billboard is a big mistake. So I feel strongly that we should put, you know, leave the big type for the please slow down. We've got lots of other messaging that make visitors have fun and, you know, feel good here. So, and I think it's a mistake to try to have you know, if you imagine that the billboard is the only thing anyone's ever going to see about Moab, then of course maybe we'd want to put the welcome message first, but it's not the only thing. It's embedded in all this other messaging. And I think we don't have enough messaging that tells people to behave better. We need to increase that. And this is a good opportunity to increase it.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, Mary.
I had quite a bit of company over the weekend, and so just for fun, I asked people what they thought. And predominantly it was, well, you have that welcome sign out there near, on both sides, you have the welcome sign. And they said, and after visiting here for many years, have noticed an increase in sound and the problems with when I hiked to the top of the hill behind your house. It was quiet and lovely. And now I can hear a much greater noise. And so even the people from out of town consistently chose the ones that said, please slow down when going through town. They said, you already have welcome signs. We don't need another welcome sign. We need something that's going to help make it a better visiting situation for visitors, because they are impacted by it as well as to help our neighbors. So I agree with Kevin. I prefer the please slow down while moving through town.
Bill? Yeah, I mean, I see it as we need to be welcoming people here, whether they're visiting or just driving through, for sure. I find it almost offensive that we have to continually put on billboards the need to educate people on what should be happening in this town. And if we really want to slow them down, we've got the highway patrol, we have the Moab Police Department, and we have our sheriff's department. I don't think that a billboard is the answer to slowing people down in town. I believe that we need to welcome them and let them know that we appreciate them while we're here and allow law enforcement to do their job.
It's funny, when I was looking at these, I had the I like them both actually. So I thought that would it be possible to put one on one in a town and one on the other when I was going through this. I don't even know if that's possible if they produce them and they need to do just run off 2 prints and put them up there or not. I don't know, Melissa, if you or August know if that is a possibility or not. But anyway, that was my first thought.
Yeah, it is possible. The strategy that we had, it was we switched the side of the
right, the south.
Because people coming from
yes,
feel welcome, they may be the north side. He can say that please keep your speed.
I like that idea.
That's another strategy that we were thinking too.
Right.
What's the timeline on a decision on this? Is it?
It's not a blind, it's not rushed, but we would like to do this as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Because the south side now is empty.
And the north side, that's been the same for at least 5 years, is that right? And yeah.
Before COVID, we changed.
Sure, which is almost 5 years at this point. Yeah.
So maybe this one could say, please keep your speed down. And then coming from what they said.
What about like a slow down, enjoy your stay?
I was gonna say the same thing.
For what? For the please keep your speed down? For the welcome.
Something that prioritizes the slowing down, but also has like a
Please slow down and enjoy town.
yeah.
Or something. I mean, it balances both. It's less off-putting.
It even rhymes.
And even
I-
rhymes.
I think my perspective on copy feedback is I'd want the commission to affirmatively vote on the language that they want so that we can just get that to our creative team, get it designed and put it up there and not bring it back to the commission a second time. So if you want a revision on copy, I think I'd prefer that we have the exact language decided today if you're going to make that decision, because this has been circling the drain for quite some time at this point.
It has, yeah, very long time. Mike?
I think both messages are well put together. The welcome to Moab is, I lean towards it because I want to be less off-putting than we currently have been for a while now. But I do agree in the fact of we bring people here. We should have our recommendations on what we want in town on these in-town billboards. So the please slow down in town is nice to see, but I would like it just a little nicely or more nicely worded. Evan's point was well taken.
Yes, absolutely. We were looking for that. We were looking for strong message with a positive,
Yeah.
in a positive ways, in a fun way. So
Gabe,
I appreciate it. I mean,
Gabe,
did you have something you wanted to say?
I just had a little side question. Was there a protect and preserve billboard like on four? Wait, what would it be? Sorry, on yeah, the south one that it changed over. Did Grand County lose the lease on that, or
we?
Okay, got it.
the other side, someone came.
That's what you were saying. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Kevin.
I mean, I do think, like, even if our goal, if we, we don't care that much about people who live here, we do care about increasing visitor numbers. I think we would still use the please slow down side, because if you talk to visitors, anecdotally, I run into very few who say, I had a good time in Moab, but it just wasn't welcoming enough. That's not something I hear, but what you do hear quite a lot is, I was in Moab and it's a lot noisier than it used to be, and too many vehicles zipping around. So I think if we care about residents, we should emphasize slowing down, and if we care about more visitors, we should also emphasize slowing down. I think it's a win-win, and just this Moab being insufficiently welcoming, I just don't think that's a problem that needs it. There's no problem that needs to be solved there. So I think it's a big missed opportunity if we don't use both billboards to emphasize the slowing down. And this is very mild language. It doesn't get into as much detail as we might, but of course, on a billboard, things have to be simple. But
yeah, Mary.
I'll make a motion. I recommend that we use the please keep your speed down while enjoying our town. And for both the north and the south side of town.
I'll second that.
So the wording was, please keep your speed down while enjoying our town.
okay, so a small change from what's presented here.
Yeah, just because I see there is, that's like you're saying, enjoy our town, but slow down. And I do think, that gets it. It makes because we do hear from visitors that they're not enjoying it as much because it's so much noisier. So I think having that front and center is the best idea.
And welcoming people to enjoy our town is certainly a
our town.
positive message. It's got a ring to it. Any other thoughts on that?
Do you already have a second for that? Or?
Yeah, Trish second.
Okay.
Yeah.
August, would that verbiage change cause hair to be pulled out in the office?
So it would be, please keep your speed down while enjoying our town. I don't see a drastic character change because all you would driving through are the only two words changing, and enjoying it seems like from a character standpoint, it'd be sixes. So layout wouldn't change very much, I don't think.
Our town or enjoying town, or
I think enjoying our town, it's like us saying enjoy our town.
Reminds them that there are people who live here.
Right. That's nice. Bill.
I think our money would be a lot better spent elsewhere personally, but there's probably even grants available from the state for highway patrol or somebody to put up signs to slow down while in town. There's all kinds of options for that, but to be spending our advertising dollars on these kind of messages is a waste of taxpayer dollars in my mind, and to better spend money and get up some permanent signage for the no Jake breaks on the other end of town, which are the biggest complaints that we've been receiving lately on noise, far more than the UTVs, which is tended to downgrade somewhere. So I just think that this is the wrong way to be going with an advertising campaign, especially when we're trying to promote.
I would say that it's not actually speaking specifically to UTVs either, this messaging, which is
I
different than
actually
some
think
that
this is
have
a
been
really,
discussed.
really nice way to use our advertising monies. I think that we've upped our tax rate as high as possible in order to fund things like our sheriff so that they can control speeds in town. And the flip side of that coin is that then we have to spend all this money on marketing. And rather than spending more and more marketing in Switzerland and Ireland and all these places to get people to town, we can spend a small portion to advertise so that people are enjoying it in a respectful way. And I don't think that the highway signs of the no Jake breaks, I don't think that that would fall under advertising monies. So I think billboards locally are a good way, and I don't necessarily want to create more billboards in town, south of town, and erect more billboards. But if they're here and we have the lease on the billboard, I think this is a nice use of taxpayer monies.
Mike?
I think it's a decent median of choices to use marketing in town to please, or how do you phrase it? It's not bad in town, but on the flip side of that coin, I'd love to see that town on or that billboard out on the freeway say come to Moab. Less directed marketing towards what they should be doing in town, but I would really like to see come to Moab and visit, because we still need that tourism. I very much understand the point of saying what we'd like them to slow down while coming in and enjoying our town, but still got to get them here. So I think if that coin is looked at as on both sides, it is a good choice to put. Please don't slow down and enjoy our town.
Thanks, Mike. Kevin?
I just wanted to respond with Bill. I guess I do disagree. I think this is a very appropriate use of the marketing dollars, and in the future I'd like us to move further in this direction. So because I think we by objective measures we're doing a good job of drawing visitors to town. I mean, it's whatever time scale you look at, whether it's like, we've got a lot more visitors now than we did in 2019. 2019 was much bigger than 2013 or 2014. People are coming here. That, that's if the goal is to increase visitation, we're succeeding. But if you look at resident satisfaction with tourism, that's both anecdotally and with polls conducted by the Utah Office of Tourism, we're not succeeding there. That part we're failing in that part of the tourism enterprise. And so I think if we're going to be shifting spending, it should be toward trying to reduce conflicts for residents. And this is a very small step in that direction. I think we should take this step, and I think we should be doing a lot more similar things in the future. So.
Thanks. All right, so the motion that I have on the table is to keep the design here and change the wording to please keep your speed down while enjoying our town. If we don't have any other comment on this, then I'll call for a vote. I have a motion from Commissioner McGinn, a second from Commissioner Hedin. Last chance on comments. All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. All opposed. And the motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Winfield in opposition. Yes. Right. I wrote that down actually, because I know I missed it on the last one. So it is, we have blown past our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard session. Is there anybody here in the chambers who would like to come forward and make a statement at this time?
Hey, Jacques, really quickly. I have just two things on the consent agenda. I wanted to check if anyone was planning to pull that from the consent agenda so I can plan on being here for that. If not, I'll plan to bid you adieu for the evening. That would be consent agenda number J or letter J and O.
Mike said he wasn't pulling anything from the consent agenda tonight.
I think we're
All right,
sitting pretty.
I'm good with it. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, I think you're fine, August.
Sweet. Thank y'all so much. Have a great night.
All right, thanks.
Bye, August.
Anyone on Zoom that looks like they're here to be heard? Okay. Oh, great. Is that Emily Campbell?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Well, first, I just wanted to say thank you for the favorable vote on that.
Would you, I'm sorry, Emily, would you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm so sorry. And I can't take my video on, but this is Emily Campbell calling in as a citizen. I want to thank you for the favorable vote on that. As a mom of young kids who just want nothing more than to get on their bikes, I appreciate you supporting our families and the safety of our kids. Speeding is definitely a big concern for parents here in the Valley. I did want to let y'all know I did a quick color contrast check with that white color on the blue, and that fails ocular accessibility standards. As a designer, there's different grades of accessibility, but it fails all of them. So just wanted to give a heads up. I would highly recommend directing August and the Econ Development Department to have that partner check your billboards for accessibility, and maybe include that for future items as well, to make sure that any text on those billboards, but particularly the white text, can be read by people driving through.
All right, awesome. Thanks for the comment.
Thanks. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
I don't know. August, are you still on? Looks like not. We should make a note of that, though. I actually thought of that too, that when, especially in bright daylight, that white might not show up very well in the blue background. But anyway.
Mallory, can you follow up on that? Thank you.
Thanks. All right, good point. Anyone else online that looks like they want to be heard? All right, so we will move on to agenda item 7, resolution request to rename Antrobus Way to Sky Place. And this is Elisa. Is Elisa on Zoom?
Hi there. Okay, I am unmuted. So yes, I'm just presenting this from my office. I'll be joining you for the public hearing later. So this is a request to rename a private road. It is located off of Juniper Drive. The Antrobus Minor Record Survey was approved on September 3rd, 2019. There are 3 lots in this subdivision. It's made up of 2088, 268, and 2024 are the addresses. 2 of those lots are undeveloped, and 1 is occupied by the owner of the 3 lots and the subdivider, Mark and Mary Antrobus. They have requested to change the name of Antrobus Way to Sky Place. Per county code title 12.08.080 existing streets. The county by resolution may change, rename, or name an existing or newly established street within the limits of the county at any time upon recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission. We've consulted with the county roads department and the county the recorder on the road name change and received no objection there. Thus, at a public meeting on June 26, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the request to change that private access tract name to Sky Place and voted 5-0 with 2 absent to forward a favorable recommendation to the County Commission. Staff also recommends approval of the name change.
All right, Evan?
I move to approve the proposed resolution renaming the private access tract Antrobus Way to Sky Place.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion on the table from Commissioner Clapper and a second from Commissioner McGann. Any other questions for Elisa or discussion? This one seems like a easy one. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elisa. We'll see you in a little bit. Agenda item 8, Secure Rural Schools Act election of funding. And back to Chris Barrett, Strategic Development Director.
Okay, so this is a payment that comes via U.S. Forest Service, and it's federal legislation. We normally only make this election once every 5 or more years. I think we just did it last year, but some federal legislation changed that presents a new option. And that new option is, you know, a lot less money than the current option. And so I think it's kind of a no-brainer to just, you know, re-elect the same thing that we did last year, which is to accept our payment directly and to allocate it to Title I, which is 50% to roads and 58% to the school district. There are a few other options, but you know, for $23,000, it's just like a kind of a big administrative mess to try to deal with, coming up with projects, do all the.
No, it makes perfect sense, Chris. Thanks.
Not to mention taking that money away from the school district and roads.
Yeah. Kevin?
I move to elect to receive the Secure Rural Schools Act payment using Title I, which is a 50-50 split allocation between the Grand County School District and the Transportation Special Services District.
Thank you. Motion from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion? Seems again. Thanks for presenting it, Chris. Seems like a no-brainer. All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. Thanks, Chris. All right, agenda item 9, submission of grant application for Airport Improvement Project, AIP, 3-49-0020-046-2023, relocate taxi A1, apron expansion, reconstruct apron, taxi lane expansion. And this is for design only. Tammy.
In addition to our annual entitlement money that we get every year, in 2022, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation was passed, gave us additional funding on top of our normal AIP money. And with that bill money, there's a little bit more flexibility. And with that flexibility, we're opting to roll into one project these 3 designs. Typically, FAA won't let us do that on a normal AIP, Airport Improvement Program project. You design as you do the project. And so that's why you see 3 on this one. You normally would not see that. The design goes with the construction part of it. So in 23, we are doing design for these projects. So as we move down our list, the design is already done and we can move into construction of relocating taxiway Alpha 1, which is something we're required to do by FAA before we can move on to any other ramp projects. And the ramp expansion. So construction wouldn't happen until 2024 if those projects are approved. So this year, this is just the process to submit to get our funding and then go out to bid for the projects, which design Armstrong usually always does all of our design work. So it's pretty straightforward other than budgeting for our match on it.
Okay.
That's
the gist.
Bill?
I move to approve the submission of grant application for AIP project 3-49-0020-046-2023.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Winfield, second Commissioner McCurdy. Any other discussion or questions for Tammy? Yes.
Yeah, first, could you say a little bit more about having to relocate taxiway A1? I just don't think I heard about that issue before.
It's this stems from the runway upgrade that we did in 2017. when we upgraded the classification of that runway, we had to increase our safety areas at the ends of the runway from 500 feet to 1,000 feet. So that actually it shortened the runway by like 260 feet. And by FAA design standards, you can't, and so that created a displaced threshold. And by FAA design standards, you cannot have a displaced threshold. And so by moving this taxi lane over, that gets traffic entering into the runway at the threshold rather than before the threshold.
Okay.
And what's the match on the grant?
We are at 9.63% on our match. And so I did send a breakdown to Chris earlier today, and we could I think it might have went out to all of you, but I don't know if you got it before this meeting. Broke it down. So the amount on this application is a general overestimation. The FAA just wants you to get the application in and put an amount on it so that they can start the process. The anticipated amount for this entire project is about $850,000. And so for total for all the projects. And so it would be the 9.63% of that.
So roughly 10%, basically. Yeah.
10% of we lost our 5% this year. FAA no longer considers Moab economically distressed.
So I guess that's a segue to some other, I think, more general questions I had. My impressions the last few years, the county's portion of funding the airport has been covered by sort of short-term grants, maybe related to economic stimulus or COVID or something like that. But probably in the near future, we are going to have to start matching it around 10% a lot of these projects. And I think 10% of a large number can still be a large number. And so I guess I'm just wondering, how we need to examine how much we anticipate spending on the airport in the future, and what are there different spending options, and how we're going to fund it. And so we don't have to resolve that right now in this agenda item, but I just wanted to get you and other
I can
folks.
address that for you.
Sure.
We will be submitting to the FAA to be able to implement a passenger facility charge that will go on if you buy an airline ticket. The percentage, I think it's like $4.75, goes back to the airport. That money that you collect on those PFCs can be used for match funds on projects.
Okay, so have you done the math? Is it going to add up to a large fraction of what we're, or is it, well,
I mean, 20,000, some enplanements times.
So, okay, 20,000 times 4, so 80,000.
So, I mean, our annual entitlement is $1 million and some change every year, so.
That's FAA money, which means,
correct.
So that means our match would be like roughly $100,000. So that ticket charge
Unless
is about
our
the same.
status changes back.
Okay. I guess, does the airport have some kind of like master plan or document or, blueprint for, okay. And when was it last revised?
It just currently got revised, and we should be wrapping that up.
Okay, so I guess when that comes before us, that'll be a good chance to continue the. I guess my concern is I don't think we should automatically snap up every grant we can without considering what our match is going to be and the other applications, and maybe it's the right thing to do, but I just think every few years we should take a close look at it and just make sure.
We're not snapping up grants. This is our entitlement funding for being a publicly operated airport. And because we've reached our 10,000 payments, we are entitled to $1 million every year to maintain our airport at a standard, you know, that the FAA expects. The match is really, it's the county's, you know, equity into the airport. It's, you know, the FAA saying, hey, we're putting this money into this airport because we want it to be publicly accessible and we want it to be up to standards. So here's this money every year to maintain those projects, or to maintain those pavements, you know, whatever it is, the list that we create. And so we get that every year, regardless. We're just fortunate at a point with Bill that we actually have doubled that, that money to use. These are not grants that we go out and seek. These are grants that are given to us. And so there are years where we could pass it forward to build up for a bigger project, which, you know, we have done. But these are not grants that we seek and snatch up.
Okay, but at large, I mean, I think we do sometimes apply for grants, I assume, or is this really the only significant sort?
Yeah, this is really the only, the
Okay.
only thing outside of entitlement that we've applied for recently was a solar grant.
Okay. Okay,
And that
thanks.
was out of FAA discretionary funds, which we didn't get, by the way. So,
I think with the master plan moving forward, and I know it's a long time in the works is, and I think this is kind of what Kevin's trying to get to, is like, we could either have a Ferrari or we could have a Volkswagen. And, you know, we all want a Ferrari, but it's sometimes we have to decide, like, does a Ferrari make sense or do we just go with the Volkswagen for now? And I know that that's not on this particular agenda item, but just like, you know, as things kind of come up, those are some of the spending decisions that, you know, we have to wrestle with. And so
I can assure you we're nowhere near a Ferrari.
yeah, but the analogy is that at some points we kind of make, you know, this is the direction we want to go, and maybe we don't want to be spending a lot of taxpayer money on matches, you know, and I don't know all the ins and outs.
And that's why FAA created the PFC charge. It is a way to generate revenue from people using the airport rather than the taxpayers of Grant County. So that's why there's some of these fees implemented to charge, you know, people actually using the airport rather than you as a taxpayer, or, you know. So that is one avenue of revenue that we can pick up that we're not getting now. So.
Right.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I understand the need for generating revenue to help offset those costs.
All right, I don't think we have a motion on the table. Or actually, I'm sorry, we do have a motion on the table. Oh, yeah, Bill made the motion and Mike seconded. I'm sorry, I was looking forward to at the next one. Any other questions for Tammy, or any points anyone else would like to make? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. We're up to item 10, ordinance revisions to the airport rules and regulations. And back to you, Tammy.
So this rules and regulations, this is really an update. We implemented these in 21, 22. And again, you know, with this is a brand new document. So anytime you have a brand new document, you kind of, as you start enforcing things or issues come up, you're like, oh, we didn't account for that. So these are just some of those types of revisions that we've encountered in this process. So we're just asking for basically an update to those existing rules and regulations.
Thanks, Tammy. Anybody question? Mike?
I move to adopt the ordinance that repeals ordinance 624 and approves revisions to the airport rules and regulations.
Thanks. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner McCurdy and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any other discussion on this? Mike? Okay.
Vehicles in the fire lane at the terminal. I take it you've applied an answer to that one.
Uh,
What's gonna,
It's by having this as a rule or regulation, it allows us to be able to enforce it.
okay,
Because before it's just, hey, that's fire zone but there's no power behind it. That's the whole point of having this as an ordinance, is then, if it becomes an issue, we can ask for enforcement at the airport.
that was good. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, so I read through this and I didn't notice anything that looked like it would be controversial or a bad idea. So did I miss anything? Like what's the biggest deal in here? Is there?
Most of them were just some wording changes and then the fire lane stuff. I
Okay,
don't
so
have that copy right in front of me, but yeah, it was just
so it really is just a lot of
Yes.
small technical changes, and the fire lane's the most exciting part of it.
yeah, it's very minor changes.
All right. All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that one passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Tammy. Yeah, Mary, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, so Lisa, you don't have to stay for the closed session, do you?
I'm going to.
No, you.
Oh,
Oh, I'm wondering if
sorry.
we want to move the public hearing before our discussion so that she could leave if she wanted to.
Oh, okay. We should probably get through the consent agenda.
Oh,
and then get to the, and then,
just
yeah, moving up the public hearing. Right. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay, and then you'll be here for the, so yeah, right, okay. Okay, we'll move on to our consent agenda. This is the longest consent agenda I ever remember on an agenda, so.
So it happens when you miss agenda review.
Yes.
Dump everything.
All right. Well, it's nice to have this many things on the consent agenda and not on the regular agenda, I guess is one way of looking at it. So on the consent agenda, again, I'll remind people that last meeting, we moved the approval of the meeting minutes and the ratification of payment of bills to the consent agenda. So we'll start with those. Approval of meeting minutes for June 20th, 2023 and June 28th, 2023. Ratification of payment of bills, and we had two cycles worth of bills, and those bills were in the amount at the July 5th cycle of bills were in the amount of $1,016,829.67. Total payroll in the amount of $379,705.65 for total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,396,535.32. And then the cycle ending today was total bills in the amount of $2,004,813.44. Total pay in the amount of $393,178.67 for a total of $2,397,992.11. So those were two bill cycles. A lot of digits there. Consent agenda item C, contract award Yamaha motorcycle for the Sand Flats Recreation Area from Weller Recreation Incorporated of Camas, Utah, state contractor MA 3977, soundproofing for the Children's Justice Center. Item E, delegation of Fire Management Authority for Cisco incident. Item F, annual trail maintenance agreement between Grand County Active Transportation Trails Division, GCAT, and the U.S. Forest Service. Item G, independent contractor agreement for two-way communications for radio systems. Item H, resolution, warranty bond release, Hideaway Estates subdivision. Item I, resolution, warranty bond release, Riley's Roost subdivision. Item J, First Amendment, independent contractor agreement between Grant County and Finley Holiday Film Corp. Item K, local consent for Moab Cragen single event permit. Item L, local consent for Outer Bike single event permit. Item M, ratifying emergency purchase of a water tank for the airport. Item N, lease for TSA at the airport terminal. Item O, ratifying the Billboard space / face lease contract between Grant County and Venture Management LLC. Item P, ratification of Safe Streets for All, SS4A, US DOT grant application and letter of cooperation with City of Moab. Item Q, annual Children's Justice Center Utah State contract with the Attorney General's office. Item R, road maintenance agreement between Grant County and Serato Terminal LLC. And last but not least, item S, Transportation Special Service District Commission representative change from Commissioner Walker to Commissioner McCurdy. And that,
Motion to accept the consent agenda as read.
all right, motion to approve consent agenda by Commissioner McGann and second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. All right, Commissioner McGann has proposed that we move the public hearing up to right now, and I would agree. So I'll move the public hearing up, and that is the Land Use Code Amendment to revise the PUD density bonus. Elisa Martin.
So we did discuss this earlier in the workshop, but just gonna briefly give you the agenda summary background. The current planned unit development section 4.4 of the land use code includes a density bonus for affordable housing, which offers developers a path to increase density in the MFR, SLR, and LLR zoning districts in return for restricting a percentage of the development's housing units for affordable housing income restricted per section 6.14 of the land use code. Since its inception, the PUD density bonus for affordable housing has rarely or possibly never been taken advantage of by developers, who often will seek the open space density bonus instead. To improve the likelihood that developers will opt into a housing density bonus, the planning department proposes adding a workforce housing incentive and revising the numbers percentages currently applied to the affordable housing incentive. The workforce housing incentive would restrict a certain percentage of density bonus housing units to actively employed households as defined by section 4.7 in the land use code. And possibly as amended if we get into that, we wouldn't get into that. So I don't know if I can share my screen, but I did make a slight adjustment to the affordable housing incentive, just to propose something a little bit more, just a little bit increased of a density bonus than the workforce housing one, so that there's a little more difference there, like we were suggesting, Commissioner Walker. So am I able to do that? Yeah. Okay, great. I think so. I will try. So previously, when we discussed this earlier at the workshop, these numbers are pretty, yeah, they're basically, well, 60%, 60% for small lot residential, large lot residential. So those are not different in the current version. And then it's only a 10% difference between the affordable housing incentive and the workforce housing incentive. So my proposed modification would look like this. So just upping that from 60% in the affordable housing incentive to 75, and then 100% in the incentive 2. And so that really just kind of gives it a little bit more, yes, incentive for affordable housing. And the unit increase therefore would be in the affordable housing incentive is for small lot residential. In the incentive 1, it would go from 5 units per acre to 8. And then from 5 units to 9 in the incentive 2. Whereas before, see, that was 5 to 8. So it's really just a matter of like 1 unit difference, but that can add up if you go into acreage.
Right.
So I don't know if you want to go with this modification and open the public hearing based on that, or if we want to just, that would be something to discuss at the next meeting when you actually vote.
But yeah, we did start to talk about this at the workshop. I think it might be a good idea to keep rolling with it here.
I mean, can't we have the hearing with both options on the table and then collect feedback of what people think is more appropriate?
I would think so. I think that's kind of what the public hearing is, the purpose is kind of like
Right.
making these adjustments and having public comment.
I think as long as you talk about it, what was published.
Right.
Right, so it's probably, yeah, so we have what's in the packet, that's easy for folks to look up. It would, you know, other than looking at our meeting on YouTube later, they wouldn't be able to see what the changes that Elisa has made since then.
So we could, I don't know, Mallory, if it would be possible to provide an update to the public notices. Now that once the public hearing opens tonight, there's a 10-day period.
But it also could have happened that, you know, we have a discussion, you know, before the official opening of the public hearing, and a lot of commissioners say, you know, I'd like to see this number changed a little bit. I mean, that kind of thing happens all the time, and if the public's paying attention, they can comment on those suggestions if they want to, or they can just comment on what's in the packet. So I guess I don't see a big problem either way.
Right, and if someone's interested, hopefully they'll yeah, take the time to look back and check out the YouTube and see what we've discussed. Okay. All right, so is everyone comfortable with me opening the public hearing? So I will open this public hearing on land use code amendment to revise the PUD density bonus. The public hearing will remain open until, I think it's Wednesday, the 26th at 5 p.m. We'll solicit comments on this, and I'll start right now. Is there anyone here who would like to be heard on this? It looks like there's no one in the chambers. Anyone on Zoom who is tuning in to make a public comment on this public hearing? And it doesn't look like it. So you can make your public comment. You can email commission@grandcountyutah.net to make a public comment on this. And just for everybody, you probably want to tune in and look at our workshop that was held today at 3 o'clock, between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. And you can you can look at that and be more informed as to this public hearing.
You know, there's no commenters here, but we do have a reporter. I mean, maybe it's something that Times Independent and other local paper, because they're just, you know, a list of comment periods that are open, you know, just at a glance. Because I do think, you know, we often get complaints that, you know, people never heard of these things before the final decision, and it, you know, it's hard to get people to weigh in, and every little bit helps. So, you know, just I think it would be a small amount of space in the newspaper to just sort of, you know, at a glance, remind people where their commenting opportunities are this week.
Yeah, we can also get it on our social media.
Great. All right. All right, public hearing will remain open until next Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Thanks, Elisa. And we will, let's see, we're switching around a little bit, and we'll move on to our discussion items. And our first discussion item, as we alluded to earlier during the budget amendment action item, is on elected official travel expenditures and reimbursement for county business. So I guess the background on this is that there's been one of the budget amendments was for increased expenditure for commissioners to travel, and especially to travel up to legislative sessions or to UAC conferences, etc. Originally, we were in our budget, we were given $750 to spend on that per year, and some have found that to be not sufficient. And this discussion involves that, as well as talking about when we do go up to, for example, you know, lobby at the state legislative session to have some way to just report on what we've done, or to it's late, what's the word I'm looking for, to some accountability as to how we spend that money. So I'll open the discussion and turn the floor over to whoever would care to make a comment first. Mary?
Yes, I think going up to the to the state and talking to legislators is incredibly important. And it should be done. You know, we should all make an effort, but you can also be involved in other ways, you know, through Zoom and such as that. But in person is by far the best. But I also think at the same time, we need to be very aware of the money we spend and very accountable and very transparent. So I think when we do go up, it should be an understood that we're going to do it in the way that's going to cost the county the least amount of money, that we're going to be frugal. And that we make sure when we go up there that we are doing county business that affects the county and is what the majority of the commission has agreed is an important aspect. We have absolutely every right to go up to the county, to the state, or meet with legislators and talk about things that might not be what the majority of the commission agree to. But I think in that case, it should be done on our own dime, because it's not really conducting county business. And I know in the past, I was required to turn in an agenda saying if I went up, like when we went up, I turned in the agenda, who we met with and what we were talking about. And I did that prior to COVID. And when we go to Washington, DC, I turn in our entire agenda. And so for that, you know, and if those things are in place, if it costs more than the 750, and Chris and I were trying to remember when that number came up and why it became the standard, probably hasn't been revised in a long time and needs to be revised and moved up to match inflation and cost. But I would like to see something in place where we make sure we're accountable and that we are very careful that we spend county money in a way that is frugal.
Yeah, I would say, I think the 750 was almost like a zeroing out after COVID. I know before it was, I think, you know, like around 1,000 was like the default, and people weren't utilizing it. And I think that, you know, the trainings provided by UAC, the networking that happens there, going up at the state level is really important. And I also recognize that those budgets were set before, you know, newly electeds came on board. So there was no opportunity for them to influence this year's budget during last year's budgeting process. And so I know in years past they have been pretty high. Luckily with COVID, it's opened up a lot of remote kind of networking opportunities, but I don't think that that's always the best option either. I know that personally, when I used to go up more, I often would go in a personal vehicle because for life reasons, it made sense if I was going all the way up there to, you know, spend an extra night or take care of personal business, you know, going to Walmart and that kind of crap. And it didn't make sense to run personal errands in a county vehicle. And so I'm also okay with people utilizing personal vehicles, and the nature of that is there's not really, I think the federal reimbursement rate is kind of the standard that is used, and I think it'd be hard to justify using any other kind of rate higher or lower than that. So I'm also kind of okay with that. I think that, you know, in terms of tonight's discussion, it's kind of probably more beneficial to focus on that accountability piece and the agenda sort of items and what we're all sort of comfortable with. Because not only is it, what are you going up there for? What is, you know, why do we need to be doing this? But sometimes those conversations get picked up by different members, you know, so when we're such a large body, you know, Mary might have discussed with one of our representatives something else. And then when I run into them, they're continuing the conversation they had with Mary. And I'm like, I don't know what you guys were talking about. And so I think that format of like an agenda and this is who I met with, and this is what we discussed, and this was kind of our takeaway, or this is the next step, whatever that kind of, however that conversation left, it's just nice for us as a team to kind of huddle and get that kind of understanding of, you know, what was discussed and what the next measures may be. And I, for one, don't see, you know, especially as new members and attending these conferences and shaking hands, I don't see it as out of line at all. So I think that, like was said before, kind of making those plans ahead of time so that, you know, the budget's kind of there ahead of time is the biggest thing. But when you're not here to make the budget, you know, how are you supposed to do that? So that's what I got.
Yeah, as far as the accountability aspect of it, I was a COVID commissioner, I guess you could say, and came in when we weren't traveling at all. And kind of the first 2 years that I was on it, I was just lost to it. So, but I feel like there was a system in place before, and it seems like there's been a little bit of a disconnect. So it'd be, yeah. If it's like Mary said, filling out an agenda or whatever.
That's what we did before COVID.
Yeah, something a little deeper than just a general commission report, you know. Yeah. You're like, yeah, I went up and I met with this body. It's kind of, oh, well, what happened? And we used to get them down here a lot more, and we could have meetings with the whole body and our representatives, and that was really nice. And you know, hopefully some of this could lead to some of that again as well.
Right. Trish,
I've already spoken, but yeah, I think it's not accountability to each other or the commission administration. It's accountability to the citizens of this county. And so I think if we had a system in place in the past, we should return to that.
I'd also be interested in them as far as the money aspect of it. It goes through the clerk's office. I'd be interested in getting our clerk's opinion on anything that he might want to weigh in on as far as that goes. What would make it easier for you, Gabe, when we come in and turn receipts from these things, or anything in particular that stood out to you, or maybe not?
I guess my only comment is we had the policy change early this year with regards to the federal mileage reimbursement for both ways.
Right.
And I think that turned some things on their head as far as the budget lines and sort of making things look a little inflated. And so whether the commission decides that they want to address that particular policy or not is, you know, obviously up to you all. But I think that that's one thing to keep in mind is when we look at these numbers. Other than that, yeah, we and the clerk's office request additional documentation as needed. Of course, we prefer when everyone is up front about providing all the documentation needed, but we're happy to work with you all and make sure that we have all the books in line and all the documentation that our auditors would need. And so, yeah, I guess, I feel like I don't really have any other, items anything else to opine on the matter.
Yeah. Thanks, Gabe. Bill.
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in on it a little bit. I'd hoped to deal with this in our previous meeting when you deferred to chalk. So here we are,
right.
A couple of weeks, almost a month down the line. But politics is about relationships, and relationships do not happen with people you don't know over the phone. Building relationships requires you show up. Since taking office in January of this year, I've worked hard to build relationships with state and federal leaders, as well as neighboring and other rural counties. Just by showing up being respectful and engaging, I was able to build relationships and forge friendships that have benefited Grand County and my constituents. And that's the part about being accountable to the people that elected me. Mike and I attended a UAC leadership training conference in November after being elected and before taking office, and were welcomed wholeheartedly due to a lack of involvement on Grand County's part. Instead of building relationships with our peers and state legislatures, we have left much of that to our lobbyist, who has been doing a great job but needs in-person support from us. And I forwarded you all an email that came from the lobbyist. I just forwarded about 15 minutes ago to you. At the state level, as well as with other organizations, I was welcome because Grand County leaders have chosen to not engage or worse, insulted state and neighboring county leaders. Rebuilding those damaged relationships with state leaders should be a priority for all local elected leaders. As leaders, we must hold ourselves to the highest standard and always show respect, even with those of different political views. I've reached out to a multitude of my constituents over the past months, and all of them have encouraged me to keep working hard at the state level, building relationships and mending Grand County's reputation. And so the following are some appropriations that I worked on with other leaders from around the state. And I've mentioned these appropriations that I was a part of them in previous meetings. I just didn't mention to the depth I was involved in them. And I really do feel that our system needs to be fixed. I mean, if you go look at the trip reimbursement form, it has a short little line for destination purpose. If we really want to not intimidate future commissioners or current commissioners, we need to look at fixing that and making it where it's possible to have that accountability for every one of us, regardless of what that trip's for. I'm totally in favor of fixing that. But the first appropriation and the biggest one that I worked on was the Raptor State Park appropriation of 14.3 million. I've worked on this with a multitude of state leaders, but mainly Representative Lyman and Representative Eliason, and also with Senate Chief of Staff and Senate President Adams. Now, I mentioned that I worked on that in a previous commission meeting, but I didn't mention the fact that while I was on vacation in Nepal, Chief of Staff called me and wanted to know how much money I wanted for the Raptor State Park. I provided him with the link at the state level and the dollar amount. So I'm not trying to say that I alone made that appropriation, but I would be willing to bet that he didn't call anybody else in this room. I also worked on the B&C road funds with the UAC team. I spent over 12 meetings meeting with legislatures in many different situations to bring those funds to Grand County. I believe we're somewhere in the neighborhood of just under $5 million. I could be overstating that, and Chris would better know that than I would. I did receive something on it just the other day. And although I didn't have anything to do with the federal appropriation of the LTCF funds, it was because I attended a UAC board meeting, the UAC board, that I believe it was important that we nominate somebody else to be the liaison to. But at that meeting, it was clear that there were appropriations in the amount of $2.898,900,000 over a 2-year period. That's once each year of that $2.8 million that came to this county. And it was because I attended meetings and showed up for them and was able to bring that back. And I believe Jacques and Chris were part of clearing up that money was available for our state. On all of these trips that I previously mentioned to the state capital, I've requested reimbursement for my travel expenses per county guidelines. And when it changed, I changed. I didn't ask for the reimbursement to be both ways. I was just told that it happened. And so I took advantage of it, as I believe anybody else should have also. In addition to those trips to the capital, I've also traveled to Thompson 4 times minimum. I've also traveled down to Monticello to work with flood mitigation that's going on. I've traveled to Price on numerous trips, and on none of those trips have I asked for any reimbursement. I haven't felt that it was something that I needed to look for. I've made those trips also in my own vehicle without expecting reimbursement. I also checked with Garfield County. The three commissioners share $55,000 for their travel budget, and they each have a vehicle. And I also checked with Beaver County. Theirs is $15,000 a year, and they also each have a vehicle. So to her credit, Mary went to DC and appropriated money for the Umpter site with Jacques and Mayor Langanese, somehow without exceeding a travel budget of $750. Now I know that there's another pool of money that came out of, but nevertheless, it's not anywhere on the budget, or it's only made light of because Bill asked for a budget amendment. Lastly, it is my full intention to continue traveling to the state capitol and other counties within Utah, building relationships and mending others, even if I must do so at my own expense, because that's why we were all elected, to work for our constituents. And the county's authority is at the grace of the state. So why wouldn't we be acknowledging them rather than the opposite?
Thanks, Bill. Mike?
Seeing that I'm the other one that's this point, this seems heavily pointed at. I do agree. Accountability and a form to fill out or anything, an agenda is not out of the question. But it's a hard place to say that I was spending too much money going to newly elected official training that everyone in this room was invited to, including Stephen, who just showed up, who I went with a few times in the county vehicle. These budgets are already laid out or will be requested in the future at certain amounts. I understand that will alleviate this, but the questioning of it is extremely underhanded. I cannot stress enough my personal feelings on this. It's literally training to govern our constituents better, and I'm getting questioned on that. Stings a little bit, makes me mad. I drove up 5 times after 9-hour meetings here to UAC events and the state legislature to try to do better for our county. And now I'm getting questioned on it. More than stinks. That's what I got.
I have run a program for the State Office of Education for a long time. I've been a school teacher for a long time. My program, I am responsible for every single cent that is spent because it's taxpayer dollars. I must show whether it's receipts, whether the travel, and the school district does do a good job as to where you're going and why you're going. It's just a part of government. You have to be accountable for spending taxpayer dollars, period. So you shouldn't take it as a sting. It's simply the way it is.
Sorry to cut in.
No, you're
To Gabriel's point here, he's kept me on point more than anyone. I owed the county roughly $200 that I couldn't account for, be it $15 on parking that I was charged and didn't know. I went along the easiest path. Besides hunting down those small things, I paid the county back for those roughly $200 things. The rest of my budget, including that, was entirely pointed at going to UAC events and going to the state legislature. He's kept me on point. So bringing this up in a commission meeting and putting it in the paper over a few weeks, it does sting, because all those receipts can point exactly where I was at exactly what time.
Yeah, Bill.
You know, I think it's agreed that we need to correct the procedure of what's going on here, and that really should be the focus. It also should be a focus to rise to a higher level here. This commission body should be seen in a positive light, whether or not the local press chooses to slant a story one way or the other. As a body, we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we need to get away from the snarky emails, the drama. We're professionals, and let's act like we're professionals and move forward with this. And if I was inappropriate in overspending my budget, I'll be the first one to be accountable for it, but I'm going to continue doing the work I'm doing, budget or not. But as a body, let's act like a level of professionals and move past some of this and correct the system. So there is some accountability that everybody answers to here, rather than pointing fingers or whatever. Let's come up with a system we all agree to.
Right. Yeah, and as far as coming up with a system, any ideas on next steps or
I do like Bill's idea of just, elaborating on the authorization form, just a description, that seems simple enough. I mean, I know the school districts, it was, a couple lines, we had to explain where we were going. So it was, simple enough. And I would imagine for an auditor to come down, and if he or she is questioning anything, it's all laid out. So I think that's, yes.
Well, I will take some ownership of this because I'd say I'm a commission or a COVID administrator. So travel is very new when things got up and running again. And we were talking about it earlier with the form. Something we're going to address in our next leadership meeting, because I don't believe department heads have been bringing those to us either. So I think we definitely need to button things up. I did some searching, I don't remember, yesterday, and there was a very outdated resolution. I think it was from 2007 for travel. It's pretty vague with elected officials, but I think maybe one step forward would be for y'all to direct us to put together an updated resolution for countywide travel, and to also update that form and work with Gabe and make sure that we're kind of being the gatekeepers that we're supposed to be. And I also want to say to Mike, with your budget, I apologize because that amendment is a number I came up with. So what was in there is something I didn't contact you. I just looked at past budgets. So I apologize if you took any heat for that. That was a number I put in there.
No heat taken.
Mary.
I just want to comment on that. I felt a little bit attacked that I have not been professional, and I've worked really hard to be professional, not only with my dealings with Senator Hinkins and Albrecht, and now Lyman and other people. I've worked really hard to create relationships with our federal people as well as state. And I've worked really hard on the Utah Raptor State Park for 7 years. So, and I did work on the appropriations this year, wrote lots of letters and worked really hard. And the assumption that it's only the new commissioners that have put in a lot of effort up at the state. Some of us, the year that Evan was chair, he was up there all the time, spending lots of time. Some years it works out better as what's going on with your family and your work, and you can spend more time up there. But, some people, with a commission this large, it'd be best that not all of us are up there pounding the pavement. But, so I feel I've worked really hard to get the TRT reform, which was repealed this year, but I worked really hard for, quite a few years going up there and pounding the pavement for it. And our lobbyist Cody said that, gave me the compliment of saying that, you were one of the more active and understand how to lobby at the state than anybody he's worked with. So I don't think the blanket statement that this commission has not moved and attempted to create relationships with the state was correct.
Thanks, Mary. Kevin?
Yeah, so I haven't said anything yet, and I'm not going to say very much, but it does seem like almost everybody has said it would be a good idea just to have more, if we're spending public money, generally, we should have better records of what's happening up there. And that's, partly for transparency reasons, but it's also just so that we don't duplicate each other's efforts or things like that. And so I'm just wondering, I don't know that we can come up with the perfect solution, right here at this discussion, but just how we move forward on that. Do we want to appoint some subset of us to come up with a proposal to, for, just, that sort of extra information that it seems like we all agree we should be doing. Just want to throw that out there.
Thanks. Anyone else have anything to add to the discussion before we move on to the next topic? Awesome. All right, thank you all. And we do have one more discussion item on the agenda, and that is discussion on fire danger and fireworks concerns. As everyone knows, we've been getting lots of emails and comments about the fire danger and fireworks at the 4th of July recently, and Pioneer Day coming up in a few days, I guess. So I'll open that discussion also. Anyone want to jump in?
Well, I might just kind of talk about how we started the ball rolling, and then I might have Kevin or Mallory take over. But as you mentioned, we've been getting a lot of concerns from citizens. So I just sent out an email and said, hey, do we want to take any action? What kind of action should we take? Mallory and I ended up meeting with Rudy, am I saying his name right? Sandoval. Is that correct? From Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, and he kind of gave us the overall view. But one of the things he stated was, it really lies on your ability to enforce. For example, if we put in a fireworks ban and or we limited it to certain areas, then you have to enforce it. So then we kind of pass it off to Jameson, and what do you think? And yeah, so that's all I'll say. I think Kevin, you were kind of jumping in on those email chains a lot, so I don't know if you want to. I'm probably not giving the best overall description of.
Sure, we certainly get a lot of feedback that maybe there should be fireworks restrictions, like, or just designated places like shoot them off at OSA because we can, just have a fire truck there. I don't know the exact statistics about how many fire calls there have been on past 4th of July's, but given the really big the kind of fires we've been having in this community over the past 10 years, both in Spanish Valley and up in the mountain, I think we should try to start being more careful about ignition sources. But the feedback is always, unlike Moab City, which does have the ability to just ban fireworks, except maybe for, they can designate spots for it. Counties can't do that in state code, and instead the state forester has to do the ban. And the feedback I got from you, Krish, is that, the state forester likes to follow this pretty rigid set of rules, that it's not at all a judgment call. They would just look at, I don't know, soil moisture.
7, yeah.
Yes, quite correct, right.
But then I think the thing I was weighing in on an email, Shane, that some of you were part of is I think there's 2 sections of state code that deal with this. One of them is about sort of blanket fire bans, like, no campfires in the mountain, just no nothing. It's the kind of thing I think we had here, and was it 2020 or something? Maybe just after the big LaSalle's fire. And it does say in state code that, it's the authors of that code section clearly wanted the state forester to be applying sort of rigid objective criteria as opposed to making a judgment call. But there's a different section of state code that talks about more narrow bans, including just fire bans. It's in our, the state of Utah adopts the International Fire Code, but it can make amendments to that fire code before adopting it. And so that it's got a 215.5 or, number in it. Anyway, that section seems a lot more flexible, and it allows one to, I think, pick, specific times and specific types of ignition sources. So for example, we could constrain fireworks without also constraining campfires. And I just wonder in our future discussions with the state forester, whether we might point out that section of code, see if it still has to come through them, but they might feel a little less confined, than they have been. And so that's one idea for, us getting some additional flexibility and dealing with fireworks and other fire danger things.
I do think at least the feeling I got from Rudy is he appreciated us, engaging him right away instead of just saying, this is what we're going to do. And, and he was able to really pass on all the different matrix that they look at. And so it was enlightening for sure. But that's about all I have to say. I do think enforcement of bans is extremely difficult. I know that the city did that during 4th of July, and I know that there was a lot of fireworks going off. So I don't, I think, we really have to engage Jameson if we're going to think about doing that. And does he have that capacity?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is that Rudy also mentioned that there's a huge amount of other agencies that are involved in that decision. It isn't just his, and so they've all got to be in alignment to move forward. He can't just dictate something that then is pushed upon other agencies, so they all come together to make that decision.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, the positive thing that I'll state in my memory is kind of more woody vegetation. So obviously cheatgrass, we all know there's a lot of cheatgrass and it's dry. Even though he said there was actually still a little bit of moisture in the cheatgrass, but larger vegetation, he mentioned sagebrush, for example, still had, I think it was 60% moisture. So they're constantly monitoring vegetation on the ground and the moisture content. That is one of the matrix that lead to those bans. So there's a lot of moisture in vegetation.
And again, my hope is that there might be an avenue in state code for them to do bans without going through all that stuff. I think that's geared toward these sort of comprehensive fire bans that would include campgrounds and things like that. And I just want to make sure that the state forestry officials, people like Rudy, are aware that there's another section of state code. Or they might tell us that they read it differently or something, but I think it's pretty clear that it allows more specific, more narrowly targeted bans without having to jump through so many hoops.
So along the same lines, I think there's a wide perception that we can unilaterally ban fireworks per se. And I don't know what the best way to go about just letting people know that we're not the final authority on this is. Just to let people know, not only to take the heat off of us, but also to get it out there that maybe they should be lobbying other people as well.
Need another billboard.
There you go.
I mean, it's more money. It's almost, I wonder if there's some kind of program, almost like the hunter safety, where it's like, if you're gonna do fireworks, have a freaking fire extinguisher, get a bucket, get a hose. Like,
have a hose.
it's, I think that if we don't have the authority to ban them, if we have a hard time enforcing it, it's almost worth being like, if you're gonna do it smart, and like some kind of like.
We did ask that Jameson to start within their social media outreach to start doing, just some messaging like, hey, like you said.
Get a hose.
Only when there's a foot of snow.
So another idea along those lines is, maybe even if there was no restrictions, if there were designated areas where people are encouraged to do fireworks, that actually it's good for fire prevention, but it's also good for looking at fireworks because you get to see, everyone else's too in small space. So
you said still was the thought. I'm sorry, I wasn't privy to the email chain. But are we able to say, hey, that's more recommended? Like a recommendation?
Obviously, we want to talk to Angie first.
Yeah.
You're on host, and you can bring it up. The next
Yeah,
meeting.
no, I think we'd want to check it out with law enforcement and all the
Yeah.
fire folks, but
Yeah.
I think a lot of communities do have these designated spots and then it actually becomes a draw because even if you don't own any fireworks yourself, you
Oh,
can
yeah.
go there and see other
Big
people.
grass field,
Right.
big parking lot.
Yeah, I don't,
And if the commissioners are interested in doing something sooner rather than later, I mean, we have Pioneer Day probably unlikely, but the next day would be New Year's. And if we tried it in wet conditions or colder conditions, could give it a dry run, no pun intended.
are you sure that wasn't?
Bad joke, pun intended.
All right. Anything else on the fireworks discussion?
Actually, one other thing, there's the sort of the vendor of fireworks in town, and I guess I was always under the assumption that I maybe learned years ago that we have also no power to limit the presence of a vendor locally.
They have regulations, and this year I'm happy to report that they refused to sell to people that lived in the city limits. That was one of the questions that they started off asking. And people that said they lived in city limits, they wouldn't sell to them. But I don't know off the cuff if they can restrict them, but there are limitations.
I think it goes, at least one of the code section that for the more comprehensive ban, I think it also bans the sale of fireworks as well as the use of fireworks. So if we get a big comprehensive ban, then that would apply to sale as well.
I think that a similar thing has come up with firewood bundles, like full fire ban. People are like, how come they're still selling firewood if there's a fire ban?
Yeah. All right. So we have discussed our two discussion items. We've already moved our public hearing up, so we've gone through that. And I would entertain a motion to go into closed session if someone would like to make that motion. And you want to state the reason to go into closed session. Bill, it should be right on the.
To discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property.
Thank you. Motion to go into closed session. Got a from Commissioner Winfield, second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of going into closed session? Passes unanimously. Welcome. What's up?